Good morning, everybody. We will go ahead, and if you could get seated, we'll go ahead and get this meeting to order. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Alicia Harvey, Chair of the Tourism Advisory Council, and it is 10:01, and I call this meeting to order. And it is our esteemed pleasure to have Director Osterman here to give a few opening remarks.
Well, welcome, everyone. If you don't know, my name is Scott Osterman. I'm the Director of the Department of Commerce, and privileged to be here with you today. Fall brings on a whole new opportunity, I guess, for us from the tourism industry. One is maybe an opportunity to take a breath for what was hopefully a very busy summer. Another is to look ahead and really anticipate what's happening next, both in winter season and in the upcoming year. I want to look back just a little bit over the last 4 months that we've had since we last met, and give you a little bit of an idea as to what has been done in that time frame. And I think it's important. We know that we're shifting from some areas of focus that are a little bit different than others, and trying to be more responsive to both the traveler as well as the tourism industry and community. During this time, we've developed a strategic plan and how to execute Senate Bill 540, and Jenny and Jamie will present on that a little bit more today. Commerce has also, during this time, as a result of the conversations we had at the last meeting, held sometimes weekly, bi-weekly, and monthly meetings to listen and to engage, throw out ideas. And I like to think that we've had what I consider the dynamic tension that's needed to be able to everything. If everybody agreed on everything, we wouldn't have anything to accomplish. And at the end of the day, I think this is where the real grist for the mill is being discovered, finding out what your priorities are, understanding what we're trying to do, and how we're looking ahead to the future. In addition to that, doesn't recognize my phone number. We've launched a restructured marketing RFP to better meet the needs of a changing future. That, for those of you that haven't seen that, I think it's out, and Mitch, it's out and published, correct? So we're anticipating that those responses will come in, and we'll be able to create a little bit more acute and focused results from each one of the sections of that RFP. We've restructured the commerce marketing team to better align with the future of strategic marketing, and Mitch will present on that tomorrow. And we've completed 2 productions for summer 2024 campaigns. We've hired great talent like Jamie Peterson as the Office of Tourism Director, and we've hired Pat Holland-Sturger of Butte as a tourism data analyst. And these are just a few of the things that have been done in that time period. I think the biggest opportunity really was the discussions and the rulemaking, if you will, around Senate Bill 540. We had an outstanding meeting with the bill sponsor yesterday, and I think it's noteworthy to review that he was very much in alignment with where we're headed. And one of the most important things about legislation is really understanding what was the legislative intent, what was the opportunity that they, or he, in this case as legislators, were trying to achieve. And there was a lot of discussion surrounding this, and I believe the one thing that we all came away with is this hope of developing tourism assets in areas not heavily visited. And so we've wrestled with this definition of what is rural, what is undervisited, and how do you quantify that? And I know that we drove our economists and analysts nuts trying to go through and determine how to define that. And we looked at all sorts of models. Is anyone going to go over that at all today? Tomorrow? A little bit, okay. So at the end of the day, I think we've reached a relatively decent spot to understand and define what rural and undervisited is. Like I said, there are 20 different ways to do it. Everyone has a flaw, and so we've kind of hit some middle ground, and so I'm looking forward to you seeing that as well. But more than anything, I think we look ahead to the future now and to what this RFP is going to be able to bring us, how we will redefine and refocus our efforts to promote Montana and to promote each one of your regions and your areas, with the hope and the focus of directed attention, accountable responses, and the ability for us to really measure what are we doing. One thing to measure bed tax, it's another thing to measure all of the other things that are available to us and really use that to tell us, are we using the data correctly? Make the decisions that enhance every part of tourism in the state. So welcome to all of you here. Welcome to all the members of TAC that are here and the ones that are online. And we wish for you to have a great, productive meeting and look forward to the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Scott. Really appreciate it. Just want to let people know that this meeting is being recorded via Zoom for the official meeting minutes. It will not be altered or edited. If you would like to speak and you are here in the room, please, our podium is up at the front of the room. Walk past us and we'll get you in queue there. If you are online and would like to speak, please raise your virtual hand, and Rachel and others will let us know that you're there. Persons may address the council via Zoom or here in person at any time on anything on the agenda. I'm just going to read my script. Persons may address the council on any matter listed on the agenda. Matters not listed on the agenda may be addressed during the public comment period as indicated on the agenda. Further information related to each agenda item, if any, could be obtained by contacting Rachel Mullen. And she is here in person, and her email and contact information and phone is on the agenda. I would like to do a roll call, if I could, please, for you TAC members. TAC members here in person, you have a microphone in front of you and a button. You need to hold down that button to speak. Please only hold down that button to speak or we'll hear everything you say. For those of you online, Paul and Saber, you just simply unmute yourself. All right, so I'm going to go through the names. Haley, here. Nathan.
Here.
Mike.
Here.
Joan. Here. Saber.
Here.
Paul.
Here.
We have all council members in attendance, all 7 of us, so therefore we have a quorum to proceed with the meeting. I would like to take a moment before introductions to thank our host at the Forge Hotel, and I ask Mike to please welcome us with a few comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of Anaconda and the Forge Hotel, I'd like to welcome Director Osterman and all the rest of the tourism community to the beautiful Forge Hotel in, as Steve Orlick would say, downtown Anaconda, Montana. We're very happy to have you here. Our property is about 3 years old, just a little more than 3 years old, and we're very excited to see this room filled often and lots of guests that otherwise might not be in Anaconda, Montana, stopping here and spending a day or two. So Mary will have more to say tonight at the reception, but we're very grateful for your attendance in Anaconda and hope to see you back again when you can play rather than work. Let's have a great meeting.
Thank you so much. We are honored to have you here, and I just want to thank Brandon T. and their staff and your staff here at the Forge, Mike, for all the hard work you've done to put this meeting together. Thank you all so much. I also, as we move around to introductions, I'll introduce myself. I'm Alicia Harvey, Chair of the Tourism Advisory Council. I'm the Director of Marketing at Museum of the Rockies and have spent prior to the museum over 20 years in the hotel and lodging industry as in management. So I'm just going to go around the room, but before I do, I want to honor the lodging facility use tax collectors, of whose money we are here to pay tribute to and make decisions on today. And those are hotel, motels, beds and breakfasts, guest ranches, resorts, campgrounds, and some short-term rentals. And I just want to pay honor to those collecting the bed facility use tax that we're all here to discuss. So, Mike, I will pass the mic to you to do introductions.
Good morning. I'm Mike Johnson. I live and work in Butte. I have hotels spattered across the state. And Alicia, I really appreciate the homage to those who collect the tax. That was well done. Thank you.
I'd like to thank everyone for being here. My name is Nathan St. Gador. I am from Browning, Montana, born and raised on the reservation. I am also a practicing attorney. I own Johnson's of St. Mary. We're the oldest business on the reservation since 1950, and we may be the last place in the world that makes everything from scratch. I am also a tribal member, obviously from Glacier County. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joan Cronebush. I am the TAC representative from Central Montana. I live in downtown Conrad, Montana, and I work for the Town Pump Hotel Group. And wherever Mike Johnson does not have hotels smattered, I have hotels.
And I am Haley Ship. I represent TAC from Glasgow and Northeast Montana. And no hotels. It sounds like the competition is stiff, although neither of you are in Northeast Montana just yet. I work for a nonprofit called the Ranchers Stewardship Alliance, and a lot of my interest in tourism is as somebody who can add agritourism as an added enterprise for our farms and ranches that have some room to capitalize on the members that come to Montana. I also own a small business in Glasgow and have a brand new baby boy who some of you will get to meet tonight. He's almost 3 months old and just did his first 11-hour road trip to get to Anaconda, and we were very well accommodated last night. So thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Haley. Saber, we're going to throw it to you, and congratulations on your recent wedding. It looks, from the photos, it looked wonderful. Nice to have you here, Saber.
Thank you so much. I'm excited to be here. I wish I could be with you all in person, but we shipped sheep yesterday at my sister's ranch, and I just made it back to Ekalaka late last night. My name is Saber Moore. I'm the director of the Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana. I'm also the chair of Visit Southeast Montana. And so I represent Southeast Montana as well on the TAC. I'm excited to see you all today, and I look forward to this meeting.
Thank you, Saber. Paul, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. I wish I could be there as well in person, but unfortunately couldn't be. We're in the hotel business, and we own and operate Lone Mountain Ranch out of Big Sky, Montana, one of the original homestead properties of the region. And I'm representing both Bozeman and Big Sky, and look forward to the meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just want to also thank all the DMOs and everyone else who traveled to be with us today. I'm very grateful for you all being here in person and online, and we're here to serve you. So thank you all very much. All right. I call for approval of the minutes from the June 5th and 6th Tourism Advisory Council meeting. These minutes are online on the Brand MT website and the Tourism Advisory Council. It is the recording from the meeting. So do I have anyone would like to confirm my motion?
Saber,
I make a motion to, oh, thank you, Saber. Do I have a second?
Joan.
Thank you, Joan. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Would anyone like to change their vote? Hearing none, the minutes are passed from our June meeting. And now I'll ask for, does anyone have any changes to the agenda as presented this morning? Hearing no changes to the agenda, we will go ahead and move forward with any public comment. If you have public comment, please state your name and where you're from. This is the time to comment on matters falling within the purview of the Tourism Advisory Council. There will also be the opportunity for public comment on each agenda item. And that means you, audience, you get to comment and come up and provide public comment on anything that we're talking about as well during the agenda. If you are online, please raise your hand and it will be noted by Rachel. Oh, hi, Carla, go ahead. Thank you.
So this is Carla Hunsley with Montana's Missouri River Country. For those of you that haven't heard yet, Montana's Trail to the Stars, which was an Eastern Montana Initiative project and a partnership between Southeast Montana, Central Montana, Montana's Missouri River Country, and state parks, was awarded the National Extension Tourism Excellent in Collaboration Award last week at the National Extension Tourism Conference in Milwaukee. Brenda Moss and myself attended the conference in Milwaukee and accepted the award on behalf of Montana Trail to the Stars.
Wow, that is amazing. I left my mic on hoping you heard that applause. Well done, and we look forward to even better things from you now that you are award-winning. Congratulations to all of you, and all of you in the room too who helped with that initiative. Thank you. Congratulations. That is huge. Big win.
Thank you. And thanks to the Eastern Montana Initiative that we were able to do this project. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Any other public comment? It's silent in this room for public comment. All right. Well, with that, we're just going to jump ahead and go ahead and move to our committee reports. And we start with our nominating committee, and that is being spearheaded right now by Joan.
Thank you. I move to nominate Alicia Harvey as chair of the Tourism Advisory Council and Mike Johnson as the chair of the Tourism Advisory Council.
And I second that motion.
May I ask to have that amended? That I think we'd both like to be co-chair, but Mike as vice chair.
Whoops. I had one job. I'll repeat that. I move to nominate Alicia Harvey as chair of the Tourism Advisory Council and Mike Johnson as the vice chair of the Tourism Advisory Council.
And this is Haley. I second that amended motion.
May I have first of all, may I have a motion?
That was my one job. Okay. I move that we do what Joan said.
Is there a second?
Saber, I second. Oh, Nathan beat me.
Beat you.
Is there any discussion? Having no further discussion, I will call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Are there any abstentions? Hearing none, the nomination passes. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. Mike and I are honored to serve you all for another year, and we will also vow, Scott, that we will improve our Robert's Rules of Order moving forward as we stumble through as volunteers. Yes, so please let the Lieutenant Governor know we heed her advice and we'll work on that. But all right, very good. Thank you, Joan. Well done. Very good. All right, then it's on to me, the Rules and Procedures Committee. So council members, your Rules and Procedures Committee has met multiple times in the last couple months to update our operating policy. So this is the policy that guides how the council works, whereas the regulations and procedures guide how the DMOs work. And so we have worked on that. Most of our updates were around updating the operating policy with the new statutory updates. So it was changing Visit MT, or what was it, Montana Office of Tourism and Business Development, to Brand MT. So most of the edits were just wordage changes, and then just updating the council to reflect the operating plan to reflect the new statutory changes, meaning no less than 12 to be no more than 9 members, and so on and such like that. So that has been sent up to the Lieutenant Governor, and that committee is meeting this week. So we do not have the revised operating plan to show you, but we look forward to having it for you to take action on at the February meeting. So that is the update from the Rules and Procedures Committee. And I just want to thank all of the help of Brand MT going through that with us and helping us get that up the chain to the Lieutenant Governor's desk. And now I'm going to turn it over to Mike Johnson, Chair of the Marketing Committee.
Members of the council, the Marketing Committee has been busy on 2 fronts. We have been working with Barb to approve a series of audits that she completed, and we also have approved some budget increases for a number of the DMOs across the state. So if I could refer you to your packet that's in front of you, following the agenda are the series of audits that we will be approving today. And Rachel has put on the screen, to the best of her ability, the list of audits. Rachel, those are the budget increases. I need the audit. Okay. What you have in your packet is the details surrounding each of the audits. The Marketing Committee has put together a recommendation for final approval by this group, the submitted audits with the remaining tax funds on hand as presented in each one of these documents. Because it's an exhausting process to read all of these, I'm not going to. The Marketing Committee has, for your information, recommended final approval based on the inputs. You have the details. I'll give you a couple seconds to go through those and make sure that you don't see anything that you would like to question or to seek clarity. And then I have one exception to make this interesting. In the packet on the Miles City audit, we have a couple items that were called out during the audit that the Marketing Committee has addressed. I don't want to go too fast, but I don't want to go too slow, so let me know if I'm doing either. If I could turn your attention to the Miles City DMO audit, Barb has noted some audit exceptions on that report, and the Marketing Committee has amended their recommendation for Miles City only, and I will read to you the recommended action from the Marketing Committee. The committee recommends the Miles City DMO submit quarterly financial reports as required in the state statute and rules and procedures, showing the DMO is staying within the 20% allowable amount for administrative expenses. The DMO will stop making random administrative payments to the Chamber of Commerce and will pay administrative expenses quarterly when the DMO receives its regularly scheduled payment. The DMO will also report to the full council at each meeting whether they have stayed within the allowable 20% or not. So that is the recommended action of the Marketing Committee for Miles City for the issues that are presented on that document. Otherwise, everyone else had a clean audit, and their recommendation is for full approval with the funds on hand as presented. All right, I'm going to stop and call for questions. Anybody need any clarity on all these numbers? Anyone online? The room is deafeningly silent, so I'm going to assume that we can all see what we need to see. The marketing committee has recommended this, so the motion is on the table by the marketing committee. I will call for a second of that motion from the marketing committee, and then we can take action. So the motion is on the table.
Alicia, second.
Okay, we got a couple seconds, so it looks like we're okay. Now I will open up the motion for questions. Any questions on the motion? I want to make it very clear that the motion includes the language I read about the Miles City action. Joan?
Question, will we be hearing from John Laney? John Laney.
That was my next move. So if you'd like that now, we'll do that. Are you ready?
I am ready. Yes.
John? Would you mind maybe coming up to the front for me? We're going to put you on the double hot probation hot seat up here. I think maybe it would be beneficial for you to defend yourself here and just make sure everybody understands what is really going on here so that we all don't overreact. Okay, right up here, buddy. Well, the only language I know. Okay, John.
Okay. I've been called a habitual offender before, but usually for other things. What happened this time, Barb is well aware it happens quite often. We have a little tiny budget. And when we get into the spring, I think all of these, Barb, I'll defer to you, are in the fourth quarter where we overspend it. Pretty much it's always in the fourth quarter. Yeah. What happens is we get to starting to where we run out of money and we play the float a little bit. This time we had a huge delinquency. One of our hotels quit paying in January, so we lost 6 months of revenue out of the bed tax. The amount was $520. As soon as we found out, we missed it. We paid it back, but as Barb said, it happened. We have a small budget, and we just sometimes hope for the best, and we got bit in the butt when one property didn't pay for 6 months. So our revenue, our check was about half of what it normally is. So try to pay it back as fast as we can. We use chamber money to pay it back. Sometimes it don't work out. Guilty is charged, but there's circumstances that dictate sometimes that we have to kind of step out of the norm a little bit. I understand Barb has explained, and we were doing really good until the fourth quarter, and we thought we had X number of dollars coming in, and with delinquency we didn't. So we paid it back, and Barb's 100% right. We spent more than we were supposed to based on our collection. So I don't know how to defend myself, but I will say one thing, and if I can step out a little bit. I was just looking at the proposal for our marketing changes. These are all projections, and they're very difficult especially when it's a small amount, to make it from July 1 to June 30. And especially coming on to summer, you have a tendency to try to do a lot with a little, and those things they're very difficult. We used to do it with our admin where we write the check at July 1st. Well, what that budget figure is more often than not doesn't end up being there at the end due to circumstances beyond our control. So, yeah, I mean, I'll take my slap in the, on the hand or whatever, but, and I applaud Barb. She's been at this together for about 18 years. She's got gray hair, and I damn sure do. There's a lot of this stuff that causes it.
John, I want to make sure you were not on the marketing committee call, so I want to make sure that you understood the motion and are able to act within the bounds of that motion. Is that acceptable based on this process you're telling us?
Sure. Yeah, it's Barb and I have had a discussion. It was kind of in the back of my mind that it was going to happen. I guess what I want to say is it's very difficult to utilize budget of hypotheticals, especially when it's as small as ours is. So yeah, we screw up. Or I did. As Barb, Terry knows, she hollered at me in the other office and made it right again. But again, like Barb said, it happened. One of those things where it's a structured budget item that's a projection. Makes it very difficult. In my mind.
John, Joan Cronabush.
Hi, Joan.
Hi, John. Why weren't chamber funds used to borrow in the first place versus speculation on bed tax funds?
We assumed that they would be there. I mean, there was no sense in spending money out of one fund when we assumed there was going to be money in the other. The delinquency obviously put us backwards. We did go back into the coffers out of the chamber funds and pay it back, and the delinquency was brought to our attention. But that's, again, we thought it would be there, and it wasn't. And we don't do it to be crooked or try to sleight a hand or smoke and mirrors or anything. Think you have a budget and you think you have a figure based on the first 3 months or first 3 quarters. You spent the fourth quarter with the same amount of money. It just didn't. It wasn't there. But we didn't know when we spent it that it wasn't going to. Now, had the dollar figure been the same, we'd have been fine. But it isn't, and that's why Barb always says, wait till it comes. Now, there's times where it isn't advantageous for what we're trying to do to do it that way. It is the right way. I'm not going to argue that at all. But, and in our reports, I think we're always where we're supposed to be in the first 3 quarters, usually. Is that fair? Okay, yeah. But anyway, that's the reason, Joan. It's just, we thought we were going to have the money and we didn't.
I don't know if I could just make a suggestion, and this is, I know we talked about this morning, but possibly utilizing chamber funds or T-bid funds instead of dipping into the bed tax funds. So, and even, I don't know when you had heard that there would be a shortfall. I should ask that question first. When did you know that there was going to be a shortfall on that check?
When we got the last check, and it was half of what we had expected it to be. That was when it came about. And that's after the fact. So you just reach back into another pool and make it whole. But it would be very difficult to, we'd be spending money and then, I don't know how you'd do it. I mean, I guess there's probably a mechanism where you can, but you don't expect to based on the projections and everything that you're going to have. It's an anomaly when one hotel just was bought and they didn't understand the bed tax collection, so they just didn't pay it. They didn't pay the TBID either. That's been collected. They didn't happen. Like I said, and I don't want to take up anybody else's time. We can do whatever. It's just one of those things where there's a kind of a crack that if you don't probably ought to just say, yeah, we're good. And I don't want to get into the whole rest of it, but it's, and we'll do, you know, do our time in tourism prison or whatever is going to be required, but there are some issues that, and like I said, and I'll speak to the new marketing plan that's going to come up later on in the discussion. It's very hard to budget projected numbers because, you know, we want to use every penny we have to the best of our ability, and when we don't know what that last penny is going to be, it gets a little. I understand Barb's position from an auditing perspective that it's equally as difficult for her as it is for me. So, I mean, it's certainly no animosity. I'll stand in the corner or whatever I have to do. But that's why we did it.
Okay, thanks, John. Thanks for the backstory on that one.
So appreciate coming up and doing this, Joan. Thank you for asking. Oh yeah.
Barb.
Hi, I guess, John, I would just like to, and I'm not putting you on the spot, but there you are standing on the spot, right? I just want to reinforce the need for all organizations to take 20% of their check, the DMOs, I should say, because some organizations do their admin by the expenses, but for smaller organizations like Miles City and other ones, I'll say it for the 100th time, that take 20% of your check. Then your projection doesn't matter.
Right.
And so I think I'll just keep saying that and saying that and saying that, I guess, as long as I have to. But so therefore, I think reporting every quarter after you get a check and take 20% of your check and don't use it for anything else, like don't write admin checks for anything but the Chamber of Commerce is my suggestion. And then I also just want to thank everybody that does take 20% of their check. And I think this is an example of how well it works when you do take the 20% of your check. So I would just like to say thank you to those that do. And hopefully, John, moving forward, you'll take 20% of your checks.
Sure. Just a question, though, in the timing of the whole thing. When we get that check in June, well, it's a fourth quarter check. So we incur bills starting in April. So the problem is, you know, and I understand what you're saying, but the problem is we incur debt before we find out what our 20% is going to be. And that's a big problem because, again, with those projections, you know, and it's bucking horse sale time, it's coming on summer, there's all kinds of stuff that we're spending funds on. And what I'm saying is based on these projections, when we get a check at almost the end of the quarter, you know, it's like anybody. Nobody can pay their bills if they don't have an idea of the money until, you know, they get it. So I think that there's issues. I fully understand what's going on, and I don't mean to sound like I'm trying to be adversarial about this. I just think that the system's flawed in the fact that we get money after we've incurred the debt. That's where the issues always come in, is because we get 20% of what the check is, but we don't know what the 20% is going to be. So we kind of spend based on the first three quarters. And then when you have a delinquency, we get bit in the ass. But, so, and again, no, you know, I don't care. We've been through it and we pay it and we move on. And if we'll do it this way, I don't care. It'll be fine. I just kind of feel fortunate that we can at least explain our position as to why we do what we do. It would be no different if we could only spend 20% of our marketing fee. That would be really hard to do. Anyway.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions that we need to bring forward? Just take an extra second. Anybody online need to ask a question or make a comment? Brenda, it looks like you may have a comment or a question, please.
Yes, thank you for the time. Good morning, everyone. I do want to reiterate that for exactly what John's saying, for the smaller CVBs, this I don't think is necessarily a new issue. And I just, I appreciate John, being honest and bringing it up and stating what the obstacle is. So I fully believe that TAC and the department will already working on a few things that might be helpful. So thanks for that.
Anybody else, Rachel, online? Joan.
To what Brenda alluded to, what is possibly in the works to prevent this from happening again, or I don't know if prevent is the word.
Barb, can you bail us out here?
So Brenda had alluded to steps that are being taken. Can you enlighten us to potential steps?
For the audit? Oh, to prevent this from happening again, he's going to be submitting those fourth quarter reports, and I'll be tracking his admin expenses. If it continues, there are some actions set out in the regulations for fines and things like that. So if it were to happen again, there are next steps that can be taken. But to prevent it, all I can do is just keep up asking for reports and things like that. But on more, go ahead, Brenda. Does she have another question or?
Yes, I'm actually referring to what I believe, and I could be completely wrong, some of the changes that are going to be a result of SB 540. That's what I was referring to more as a general observation, but I could be completely off track.
SB 540 won't affect money.
Brenda, thank you. We will take up the 540 discussion in a different context. I still have a motion and a second on the table, and Nathan has a question.
I just wanted to kind of recap. So the question of, how do we prevent this from happening, just from the comments that he made, that this was anticipated income from a hotel property that sold, and, but for the sale, the money would have came in. I mean, is that kind of the gist of the delinquency? So, I mean, from my perspective, it doesn't sound like a scandalous. It sounds like a honest mistake. I don't know if really we need to focus on, correcting the issue. I mean, unless you knew of the sale, or if you had anticipation of the sale, or that there wouldn't be a bed tax given. But I mean, just from the limited conversation that happened in the last couple of minutes, I mean, it was an honest mistake.
Okay, I will close the debate on this issue. Do I have somebody else, Rachel? She's waving at me. No, I'll close the debate on this motion. Clearly, Barb has asked everyone to, for the 10th time or whatever count she gave to it, and hopefully that recommendation will heed with the rest of you, so that we can, in fact, avoid these kind of issues, understanding that it's not as simple as it may look. With that said, do we have a motion that it takes care of 13 DMO audits, including special language around the Miles City DMO, which I have read once? I will only read again if somebody makes me. Everybody okay with the motion as I originally read it? So we will approve the 13 DMO audits and region audits that are in front of you and the additional language for Miles City. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Anybody wish to change their mind? Hearing nothing, the motion to approve the audits as presented passes. Thank you. John, thank you. If I can continue to keep your eye on the packet of information that was given to you, included next is some documents that are titled lodging revenue. We have winter lodging revenue for the first quarter, spring lodging revenue for the second quarter. These are information only. I don't intend to review these for the audience. I think these were available. It gives us an idea how the first quarter and second quarter calendar quarters are looking for bed tax collections, and you can see the issues specifically in the first quarter. There seems to be a lot more activity than the second quarter. The next pile in your packet is for information only. There's a series there of the fiscal year 24 budget increases that were approved by the marketing committee. They will not be addressed by the full council. Obviously, any questions you have about what happened or why these increases were authorized, I'll take any of those questions. The detail for each one of those is provided in the packet. So if you just keep flipping, you'll see each one of those areas that had an increase listed with the details and where they intended to put that increase. Some are rather small, some are rather large. So I will pause for a second on this information item. If anybody has any questions, comments, concerns, or criticisms, now is your time. Last call, anybody? Okay, Madam Chair, the work of the marketing committee is complete.
Thank you very much. That was a lot of work recently, and I appreciate it. And I appreciate all of you too, and Barb going through the audits. Thank you all very much for doing that and going through that process. I would love to invite Jenny and Jamie up as we're running a little bit ahead of schedule to get set up to speak to us about SB 540 and the 5-point strategic implementation plan.
Okay, thank you. Well, my name is Jenny Pillay. I'm the division administrator for Brand MT. And I think if everybody's okay, I'm going to take advantage of having a table and seat here so that I can reference my notes, because we have a lot to go through today, and I think everybody's going to have their attention on the screen anyway. Do you want to join me up here, or you want to wait? And I'm going to go through the bulk of it, and then I'm going to hand it off to Jamie to talk through some details of specific sections of our strategic plan. Everybody hear me if the microphone's this far away? Okay, great. All right, well, I'm excited to be here today to share our strategic plan for the implementation of Senate Bill 540. This is a great place to be in. It's a place that we've wanted to be in for quite some time, but we weren't able to actually do planning because we knew change was coming, but we didn't know what the change was going to be until after the legislative session. So once the legislative session started to wrap up and it was clear that we were going to see action on Senate Bill 540, Brand MT got busy developing the strategic plan prior to the bill's passage. At that point, and even still now, we didn't have all of the information that we needed to be certain in the direction that we were going, but we were pulling from lots of information over time, from an initial tourism plan that we started about a year before passage of this, through research, through what we've heard and learned over time, and what we were learning as we were going along in the resiliency planning process, and then hoping that eventually all of these different tracks would start emerging together, and thankfully they are. So we presented this strategic plan internally after the division working on it entirely together, which was a great process and a great coming together of the team of creative minds, and developed a sense of cohesion amongst us, as well as direction to move forward. So after we presented it to the director's office and got approval in July, we also presented it to the industry working group, which many of you in this room are also part of, and also presented it to the governor's office. And then just yesterday, I had the opportunity to meet with Senator Zolnikoff, who is the author of Senate Bill 540, and go over the strategic plan and get further clarity on essential pieces that we needed from him in order to be able to cement the direction we're going and start finalizing some of the details for the working plan to support our goals. So with this direction in place, we're now able to also proceed with the budgeting, which, as many of you know, once the legislative session closes, we're basically already launched into the next fiscal year. We're working within the biennium that we actually have to be budgeting for. So we're often in a situation of having to sort of build the plane as we're flying it, because we're actually expending in the fiscal year where we just got direction of how we're going to be budgeting for that fiscal year at the same time. With this bill, though, it was a major undertaking in restructuring our budget and what that would look like, given how the percentages dictated how the money would be spent, and also how we would need to restructure internally and realign our resources in the areas where we do have control. There are portions of the bill implementation that are still in development or that are resting outside of our division. Included in that is the revolving loan fund, which will be administered by the Business MT division, which is a sister division to ours. But we will have additional staff within brand that will serve in an outreach capacity and help connect the communities and the opportunities with the loan program. Also in development is the GoEd 5% line, and then the regional assistance program is still in development as well. However, we are pleased, a major component of this and the sort of the underlying premise for everything that we do was to come up with a definition of what rural and undervisited would be. So we're excited, after a lot of discussion, a lot of data analysis, to have a draft definition of what rural and urban can be. We've also gone over this with the working group, and I don't have it projected for today. It will go through the ARMS process as well, but I'll read it to you as it is now. So make sure that I don't misrepresent it. I'm going to just read it word for word. So for rural versus urban, we're focusing on the urban definition and calling everything else rural. So for example, rural's definition is simply not urban. We're defining urban places as either a census urban area with a population at or exceeding 30,000 people, according to the most recent census, or an incorporated city town within 10 miles of one of those large urban areas. So urban areas greater than 30,000 are more commonly referred to as Montana's Big Seven, which we're all familiar with, of Billings, Bozeman, Butte, Great Falls, Helena, Kalispell, and Missoula. Cities and towns captured by the 10-mile buffer around those urban areas are commonly associated with the Big Seven of Belgrade, Columbia Falls, East Helena, Laurel, Walkerville, and Whitefish. This brings us to 13 defined urban places, while the rest of the state is defined as rural. Over and undervisited was an even trickier definition to come up with. What we really wanted to do is have us be as data informed as possible, but the way that the data sets that we actually have access to and how they would be modeled out weren't intuitively lining up with what people would assume would be considered undervisited or overvisited. So we boiled it down to something fairly simple, and this will be revisited, I think, annually. So if a CVB's fed tax collection is above the simple average of all CVB's fed tax collections, then it's considered over-visited. And so this is not just for 1 year, this would be a 3-year average. So for like a Butte, you might have seen a bump 1 year with filming of 1923, which might make you eligible 1 year and eligible next year. So this would be a 3-year average. If a CVB sped tax collection is below the simple average of all CVB sped tax collections, then it's considered under-visited. For specifically the 22.5% line, which is the second percentage lined out in the bill, I believe, we're going to be taking an exclusionary approach to this specific line where it says in there must be rural or under-visited, blah, blah, blah. We're going to say for that application of that 22.5%, it's going to have to be rural and under-visited. So something that, for example, that would impact would be the reference to emergency services. So in order to qualify for emergency services programs, you would have to be a rural and an under-visited community. So back to the strategic plan. Actually, we developed as a team the mission, vision, values for our division 2 years ago after a major reorganization. And though Senate Bill 540 switched our budgeting and our priority focus, it did not change our mission to preserve and promote the genuine character of Montana while partnering to achieve a sustainable economic future for all. As a team, we've developed 5 strategic goals. And I'll walk through each of them individually, but overall, the highlights are we've been approved to move forward with what we are calling a pilot community investment program, which is what Jamie will be covering in more detail when I'm done. The overall premise of this is to consolidate where we focus our investments and create major investments over a period of time in specific communities that we will identify by readiness criteria, but also in partnership with everybody in this room and everybody who's been involved with resiliency plans across the state. With that, we will use resiliency plans as a foundation for directing investments and forging partnerships. We have been approved to access the loan program, which, by the way, will have a beginning fund balance of $22.8 million as part of a suite of funds to further support development in these communities focused on services, lodging, restaurants, and like I had mentioned before, Brand MT's job will be connecting the communities with this loan from an outreach effort, but the Business MT division will be administering it. For communities outside of the pilot areas, we will continue an event grant program in a tapered approach so that events are more self-sustaining and not reliant on our funds after 3 years' time. We will also launch an emergency grant program, and we got clarity from Senator Zolnikoff last night of what the intention was for this, where we had initially decided that we were going to try to set it up as a 2-part program, where during the times of the year where we are most vulnerable as a state to natural disasters, floods, fires, things like that, we would have a set aside amount of money as grants to support communication and other means to help communities who were impacted by those disasters. And if there were no disasters, there were no fires that year, and that money wasn't fully expended, then the second half of the program would repurpose those funds and open up a secondary program that would allow for grants to be issued to communities who are in need of additional fire, police, ambulance, search and rescue type of support. But we'll be adjusting that because we received clarity from the senator yesterday that the intention of that was only for the fire, police, ambulance, search and rescue. We will also continue the Big Sky Film Grant, though scoring now will be weighted for rural, and it needs to be Montana-based, which is something that was added to the bill. And we got clarity yesterday, again from the senator, that we can proceed with the definition of over 50% of principal photography occurring in Montana will qualify it as a Montana. We have brainstormed and developed additional metrics and have included performance indicators. So I did not put them in here for today because we want to further develop them and consider how we can measure impact of GDP or jobs or business growth in addition to Fed tax growth and other typical indicators in the community. We have also been approved to add FTE capacity in all program areas. And this is going to occur in a combination of repurposing vacant positions and partial positions and securing one additional FTE. The additional staff capacity will be added in marketing, the Office of Tourism, Budget and Operations, and the Film Office. And finally, budgeting. Like I mentioned before, this has been a major undertaking to make sure that all of our strategic initiatives appear in the right pot of money, both from an auditing perspective, but also for a budget balancing perspective, and making sure that we are meeting the intentions of everything that appears in the lines of these bills. We are really close right now. We just have a couple little details to figure out, and then we'll have it budgeted in the major bucket and share what that looks like and put the dollars. Okay, so I'll just run through what the goals are one by one. So as we go through this, you might see that the goals may appear to have some overlap. So there are distinctions within the work plans, and that helps facilitate how we are applying the specific work, the specific tasks to the right budget line within. So goal 1 is rural tourism development. And this is to provide structure for partnerships to work together to stabilize economies through diversification. In this one, partnerships and diversification are the key. Strategies that we'll use to accomplish this are the resiliency plans as a guideline to prioritize this work in our investment. To increase tourism to existing, including film assets, identify pilot communities and reservations, develop infrastructure for future tourism and business growth, including services, infrastructure, transportation options, recreation assets, such as trails and campgrounds. Support unstable economies with the Emergency Response Fund. Foster internal and external relationships through engagement with the tourism regions and DMOs, including increased travel for our staff. Support asset identification, tourism readiness, and development. Move that. So our work plan for this consists of integrating the Main Street program. So one of the things will be that the Main Street program can serve as a qualifier for community readiness for the pilot community programs. It will not be considered the only one, but it's some way to integrate the plans and make sure that our programs internally are communicating with one another and that the resources they have within the Main Street program are complementing and integrating with the resources we have within our own budget. The resiliency grants, for those who have heard about this before, half of the money that we received from the federal government has been set aside for implementation of those resiliency plans, and we will be blending those in with our other grant dollars and applying them first. We only have 1 year, really, of the biennium to be able to spend those dollars, but that will continue because they will be blended with our Fed tax dollars in perpetuity for grant programs. Emergency grants, I've talked about that to support emergency services. The continuation of the event grants, like I mentioned in the beginning, that this will be a tapered approach. Our goal is to support these events and communities because they have such a positive impact, to make sure that those events are actually self-sustaining after your time. Agritourism grants, and then again, the pilot community program, which Jamie will explain in a bit. Goal number 2 is dispersal of visitors to rural areas. With this one, dispersal is the key word, and our objective is to get people out of the most populated areas for visitation and relocation through in-state movement, film production and promotion, tribal tourism and coordination, and out-of-state marketing. Here, we seek to optimize partnerships, including the diversification of partnerships, especially in pilot communities, and that goes hand in hand with us increasing our outreach capabilities in-house and having people on the ground being able to provide technical assistance. And that coordinating feature, connecting people with our grants and our loans. Rural film development, rural marketing, tourism asset analysis, and this will mainly occur through our resiliency planning efforts and by supplemental means, so we can identify where our gaps are, where our strengths are, where our opportunities are. The Made in Montana program leverage product familiarity and popularity to drive awareness of visitation to rural locations, integrate and coordinate media buys with our larger marketing campaign. Optimize marketing support services for the benefit of rural Montana to make sure that we're selecting and training vendors who have expertise and understanding, that we're putting the right tools in place to make sure that we're supporting the needs of rural Montana. And then optimizing planning timelines and approvals in internally and with DMOs. And a lot of this is already in motion. This is us working with the TAC to try to back up the timelines for marketing review and approval for two reasons. One is to try to create more space between approval of marketing plans and the end of our fiscal year so that we can work through the contracts first before we meet that crunch at the end of the fiscal year. But then also what we want to do, and Mitch may talk about this more tomorrow, I'm not sure, is that we want to be able, as we're bringing on new agency services, new agency of record type of services, is to work with them and be able to plan our marketing campaigns out a whole year in advance. Because as it is now, as you all know, you hear about our plan, and then it's too far. Does not sync up with when you need the information to be able to make your marketing plan, so that we're coordinating and leveraging each other. So if we can get a year out in advance, then we are sharing this information and being able to coordinate at a time where we can apply it in the same. Goal 3 is to create and enhance rural awareness and promotion. Simply, this is get people to know and to stop rural communities, rural Montana. We'll do this through the Made in Montana promotions, film development and features, and tribal tourism development and promotions. So this sounds a lot like the other ones, but really this is where we focus more on the tangibles. For existence, the wayfinding grants, we want to make sure that in funding these wayfinding grants, that they are actually tied to the Main Street program or another community plan, so that they're not, a plan for signage in this area, to plan of signage for this area, and they're not part of a greater system. And so it's just more coordinated, and a lot of wayfinding does actually come up in the Main Street program as well. So again, how can we integrate our two programs to accomplish this in the goal? Rural content development, identify and initiate cooperative and efficient means to rapidly procure content to promote rural Montana. This includes content needed to build out web presence for rural Montana on our VisitMT.com. Rural marketing, supplement and support strategies within Goal 2 with rural-specific publications. Transportation awareness plan, this one is an example of how we identified that there was a need out there before we had the resiliency plan, but the resiliency plans in several areas have also identified the need for a transportation plan and identifying issues with transportation across the entire state. That's a great synergy. That's a great example of how these plans are coming together right now. So that one is to create awareness of existing transportation options to and around rural Montana, and additionally develop improved transportation options in coordination with pilot community programs. And then regional development and technical assistance conferences. So in addition to hosting our large tourism conference each year, we want to initiate a series of regional conferences to educate and engage diverse stakeholders on rural tourism development. And you'll hear me talk a lot about diversity, diverse stakeholders, diverse partners, the resiliency planning committees and these. And part of it is because we have a large loan program. We will be making significant investments with our grant dollars, but even at that, it doesn't go far enough to create the significant amount of change that needs to happen to create rural tourism. So we're going to need to bring in economic development associations, other state agencies like FWT, maybe some private investment, other things so we can leverage all of our resources together to really move the needle as fast and as effectively as we can in rural Montana. Goal 4 is to create a sustainable media manufacturing industry in Montana. So as you've heard, film has been woven into all other aspects of this plan, but as an industry, it's strong enough to stand on its own, so here it has its own goal as well. The objective is to create sustainability in the film industry year-round, and that'll be through the continuation of the Big Sky Film Grant, more in-state workforce with focus on rural and tribal opportunities, more high-dollar projects, promote and certify the media tax credit, promote Montana as a year-round location, legitimize Montana's level of professionalism in the industry. This will be accomplished through workforce development specifically of Native American and veteran opportunities in accordance with SB 14, support workforce pipeline and apprenticeship programs as well, which is something that's already been started. Outreach partnerships and sponsorships, outreach on the media tax credit, film festival partnerships, participation with partner organizations such as the Directors Guild and AFCI, advocacy encouraging rural filmmaker applications to the Big Sky Film Grant program. Much of that is business as usual. Scout and promote for rural production specifically, so target seasonal and rural storylines and commercials, and promote the value of the landscape for ads and also for out-of-state stuff. And then, like I had mentioned before, relaunch of the Big Sky Film Grant with that weighted bonus for rural applicants, rural locations. And this is actually going to probably be our first set of guidelines to go into the ARMS process, as it's really a reflection of the program as it's always been. So that one's moving forward. And then goal 5 is to make brand MT programs more efficient. So this is a very internally focused goal. The objective here is to promote responsible management of public funds and processes as always. What we want to achieve is to streamline all of our operations, improve internal communication to be able to foster more collaboration within the division, which having a strategic plan is really helpful. Understanding the strengths of staff and direct those talents to meet the overall division goals while also seeking to minimize areas of weakness. Provide accurate and timely information, transparency, and improve budget procedures and how staff interact with the budget. To do this, we will be developing standard operating procedures, and this will be to the program to identify not only what their basically desk manuals are for their positions as we see turnover occur within our organization, but also for our own sort of internal controls and to reach our goals of rapidly getting grants and other things as we're making all of these changes and putting a lot of money out into these communities, to have checklists to make sure that all of our contracts, letters, and all our other documents are representing the agency and getting through the review processes efficiently. Budget and metrics management. You fully utilize all budgets as approved for each program, and then also be tracking our metrics for that program, and we'll be meeting monthly to make sure that we're balancing all of our budgets. Tracking and transparency, we'll be adopting a uniform project management and budgeting tool for marketing, but also hopefully we can apply that to the entirety of the Office of Tourism and the division. We are also going to have a single metrics tracking tool, which we already have in place, but we'll expand it for the new programs. And currently we use Salesforce. It's a great tool for us to be able to go in and pull reports of show me what you've done for X county, pull the list of investments you've made in that county over time, and also track leads, and we can track our results in that program. Cross integration and team growth. This strategic plan creates a lot of cohesion, like I had mentioned, between our programs and making sure that we have a mechanism that all programs are talking with one another, not only in our division. How do we apply this to the greater agency? And then customer service and communication. Provide accurate and timely information externally via monthly TAC and commerce leadership meetings, monthly brand MT meetings for updates, Friday Flash, tourism partnership calls 6 times per year, Maine and Montana monthly e-blast, etc. So looking ahead, there's a lot in here. There's a lot to do. There's a lot of meat to put on the bone. We will be tying all this work, like I mentioned, into the resiliency plan. So the timing hasn't been ideal. They've been on separate tracks, not intentionally. The resiliency plans will be the basis for a lot of our decisions on areas for investment, for supporting opportunities with grants, and for working with the regions to identify priority areas and communities to pilot with the support of our grants and loans program. So you'll hear so much more about the Cragio process and the resiliency plans, but that should all be wrapped up by December. We'll have all the regional plans, we'll have our state level plan done by December. The ARMS process on our end, we're also anticipating having done it by the end of December, like hopefully approved and done by then. The list of items that needs to go through ARMS for us is pretty extensive. So the first one is we need to have the definitions of rules and undervisited go through the ARMS process, and I'm working with legal on that right now, and having now met with Senator Zonkoff, that we're on the right track and we can continue to move forward with that. The film office, like I mentioned before, is very close to submitting their ARMS as well. The Office of Tourism is working on guidelines. So how we're basically doing it is that the ARMS will be the legal language, but they're going to reference the guidelines for all of our programs. And the guidelines you all are familiar with because that's what the customer uses to figure out what is this grant program and how do I apply for it and am I eligible for it. That way, if we change the deadline or we change a detail in there, we don't have to go back and legally change the ARMS process and go through a full new. So most of the ARMS are going to be in reference to guidelines. So Jamie and her team right now are developing the guidelines for the emergency services program, the event grant program, the pilot communities, and agritourism. Business MT is simultaneously working on the revolving loan fund guidelines and ARMS. And then, as I mentioned before, the regional assistance program is still in development. On the FTE side, and this is the end of my summary of this, I mentioned that we've been able to add capacity, which I'm really pleased about. Anticipating that we were going to have changes, but not knowing what they were, we did hold several positions open through the legislative session, hoping that we were going to be able to retain them. We didn't want to hire people for a position and then have our direction change and then have the wrong people in the wrong spot doing the wrong thing. So we were able to retain those, and so now we're able to repurpose them. And through the bill, we've also received an additional new FTE. And so overall, we've been adding capacity to the Office of Tourism with an admin assistant position, 2 additional outreach FTEs. And then we've also been able to add capacity in the film office with a film coordinator position. So it's great. We are in the hiring process now for several of the positions to have this additional capacity. I know that was a lot to walk through. Are there any questions?
Is this on? It's on now. It's Rachel with the Department of Commerce. I just had a question online. They are wondering how they can get access to this information.
Well, we can say it's in your packets now, right? We can send this out to, or I hadn't really thought about, okay. We'll figure out where we can post it. Okay, well then maybe after Jamie talks, we'll have some questions because she's going to dive in deeper to what the pilot community program.
So
Thank you, everybody. I know many of you from a tiny little box on a screen, so it's really great to see many of you in person. Some of you have met, some of you haven't. So please feel free to and introduce yourself if we haven't formally met. But again, I'm Jamie Peterson. I am the Office of Tourism Director. I've been on about 3 months now, and this is, I think, exciting new territory that we're entering into. And it's been a lot of work, but it's been a lot of fun. And so we're really looking forward to working with you all as we move through the ARMS process and kind of get some more solid plans in place so that as we go into the public comment portion of the ARMS process, that we know that we've already gotten your feedback on. So looking at this document, it's probably, and I don't know how well you all can see it, but I'll kind of walk you through it. Probably doesn't necessarily mean a lot to you looking at it as it is, but generally speaking, our intent is to start a pilot project that's going to last at least 5, maybe 10 years. And every year, I'm just going to stand up here because it might be easier to kind of point out some things. So we're going to start with cohorts. So year 1, we're going to have cohort 1, which will be up to 7 pilot projects. And so we have ideally 1 per region plus 1 for tribal. Now we may not have 7 in the first year. The first cohort, maybe there's only 4 that feel like they're ready. The way that we're going to determine is we're going to work with you all in the regions to say, what are the indicators for readiness so that we can really identify the most ready communities and start the process for funding for those folks. And so in year 1, for that cohort, we're going to start with $250,000 for planning processes. And that's going to cover everything from stakeholder engagement to creating MOUs, pulling out a fiscal agent, establishing plans so that you guys can be successful. Some of you might already be further down the road and not need to spend an entire year on planning, which would honestly be quite ideal. But like Jenny mentioned, there's going to be indicators for readiness. So maybe you've had a MEDA assessment, other community assessments. What data do you have? What businesses do you have that are at the table? Resiliency work that you all have done so much work on. And then year 2, we'll move into $1 million that you'll have to infuse into your community to develop whichever assets you have determined are at the top of your priority list. Year 3 of that cohort, you're going to have $750,000. Year 4 is going to be $500,000, and then year 5 is going to be $250,000. So it's kind of stepping you down. At the same time, we are going to be working with our other partners, either regionally or at the state level, to say, what other funding opportunities are there available that apply in this situation? And so we're working currently for our resiliency strategic planning at the state level. We're working with a number of state level agencies like Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and others that have various funding streams that we can help align with these pilot projects and hopefully blend and braid and layer those funding streams, as well as the resiliency funds that we'll have available as well. And then year 2, we'll start a second cohort up to 4 pilot communities. So say we have 10 communities that say we want to be part of this cohort 1. Well, we identify that some of them are not quite ready, but let's help them prepare over the next year with technical assistance, professional development, whatever trainings they need to develop their readiness so that maybe they're ready for cohort 2 or cohort 3. And so we're going to do lots of different types of support based on what the needs of the different needs are. But that we would start over in year 2 with that year of planning, then that year of the big $1 million from us, plus whatever we can help align from other agencies and other outlets. And then again, 750, 500, 250. So just the first 4 cohorts, we are looking at, we're in fiscal year 2031. So we're looking quite a far way out. And the intent behind this is that, you know, we might have staff turnover, you all might have staff turnover, you know, we'll have, you know, potentially new governor, new leadership, all of these things. But if we can establish and have some solid plans across the state, ideally in the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to see essentially concentric circles that build out. And so you already have many pieces in place. Like you have the Dino Trail, you have numerous projects that you're already coordinating on so that you can start to build those out if that's where your priorities are going to lie, if that's the best use of funds. So this is really going to be locally generated, but we're also going to come in with all the supports that we possibly can, both financial as well as professional development and things like that. I think that in a nutshell is where we're at right now. Like I said, it's very dependent on the ARMS process. But our thought initially is that we'll probably have kind of a soft letter of intent that you all can submit, and then we'll come in and meet with your stakeholders and talk about what is this going to look like. And then as we have the ARMS process finalized, we'll have the application available online so that you can really go in and put down what your plan is going to be, and then we can work through that with you. But again, we still are going through the ARMS process. We intend to have that hopefully completed by December, and hopefully we'll be able to get the ball really rolling in January. Come the end of the fiscal year, if funds, of course, $250,000 for planning is kind of a lot if we don't get it out until January, February, March. So we'll be able to, as long as we have a contract in place with whomever the fiscal agent is, we should be able to accrue those funds into the following year. So that will just grow that pot for that second year. So, any questions?
Jenny, while Rachel is getting that microphone back in the room, you indicated, air quotes, the indicator of readiness that communities would need to start processing. And I'm not sure whether that's defined yet, but I liken this to a small family winning the lottery, and they probably weren't ready for that. So as we look at these small communities, the most rural and those that are potentially going to fall into these cohorts, what expectations of readiness do you expect them to have to start this conversation? Can you enlighten us a little bit about readiness?
Yeah, well, what we've really focused on to this point is assessments that they have, like such as the resiliency plan. What is there that needs to be developed? What are your assets? What do you have in place that you could, if you were to get an infusion of funds so that you could further develop your plans around that, what would it take to launch that, to really develop those assets? So resiliency plans, need an assessment, are you part of the Main Street program? Like what elements do you have in place? And we have about 6 drawn up right now that our thought is, we'll say, of this criteria, if you meet 4 of these. And so it's not 100% finalized at this particular point in time, but that's kind of the lines that we're thinking of, so that we can say, this isn't somebody who just walked in the door and said, hey, we want to get, be part of this cohort. It's like there should have been planning that led up to this over the last few years, so that you will be able to show that, hey, our community is ready. We've been part of the Main Street project. We have done a MEDA assessment. We participated in the resiliency planning, things like that, so that you can say, you know what, we already pretty much have a plan in place. We just need to pull the final pieces together if we know we can get something. Yes.
Another essential piece is that, well, one of the hopes is with the resiliency planning effort, we're already bringing in diverse stakeholders who are working together towards common goals. That within that, we're going to be able to identify some areas that everybody agrees on are the best first places to start. But this isn't going to be us coming into a community and saying, we chose you. So we need to work with the community. We also need to make sure that the community wants this. And we also need to be working with partners on the ground. So again, this will be heavily reliant on working with the regions and the CVBs and the EDOs and other people on the ground to help us determine where the best places are to start.
Melissa Weddle, ITRR. First, thank you. I think this is really exciting to look at this kind of investment in our rural communities. And similarly to what Mike said, this readiness kind of scale and how you put people in cohorts, my next question is, because I had been involved in this in other states, is thinking about the education component or the training for these cohorts. I've found when different communities work together in similar goals, they can really feed off each other. And in rural communities, there might only be a few volunteers or champions that even have the capacity to do that work. And so they don't even know what's available. So my next question would be, after the readiness, how will the cohorts be supported in that education and training? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am very grateful for all the work that our team, like I said, I've been here 3 months. So this was my first month on the job. And so I really took a lot of guidance from our leadership team as well as the Office of Tourism team. And our plan is to review the resiliency plans and strategies, as well as some, in-reaches to the communities and say, okay, what is it that you need? What professional development do you need? Do you need us to potentially contract with someone to come in and provide a training? Do we need to develop a training? Is it something that we can create a training online, or is it something that we rotate through each region and come into a community in the region and invite everybody to the table who's interested, any of the stakeholders, whether it's, somebody from, your local department, or not Department of Commerce, Chamber of Commerce, or, you bring in the school district, you bring in all of the potential stakeholders, whether they're your traditional stakeholders or your non-traditional stakeholders. Because especially when you're talking about rural Montana, like you said, everybody's already volunteering for 5 different things, if not 10 different things. Plus they might drive the school bus and they run the gas station, and everybody has multiple jobs and multiple volunteer opportunities. So we want to make sure that they're all at the table so that you can build this out in a way that makes the most sense. And especially from the lens of tourism, I think it's particularly important because you want all of those people as they, as you develop your tourism assets and you bring people from out of state, out of town, out of country into your community. It's like if they stop at the gas station, it's the first person they're going to see in your community. How are they going to address that person? Say, welcome. And when they say, where can I go eat? Are they going to say, oh gosh, we've got the best little sandwich shop you've ever been to, go there? Or are they going to say, well, we don't have much? Like, we want to make sure that everybody is prepared and engaged so that you can have the best outcome. So it really is going to be dependent on what the needs are, because we do know that it's very different and diverse across, even across the region. Like Glasgow and Fort Peck and, Glendive and, from town to town, it's all very different. And so we want to make sure that we have a plan and a strategy in place. It's going to come together over the course of the next few years, and it's going to be fluid to some extent because your needs are going to change. But we're definitely open to hearing suggestions about that, and it's going to be an ongoing process because obviously we can't do everything in the first year. But I think that is something that our team is planning on doing more individual work in the communities over the next year, 2 years, and then we'll continue to find home those.
I've got to add on a couple of 2 cents, but I think you can see through our strategic planning presentation that this is a huge shift for how we operate. I mean, we are not going to be the marketing forward division anymore. We will certainly have a marketing program, but even with that, it's a supporting role to this work. So once we've developed assets in the community, then the marketing team's going to come in and promote it. And so it's going to be a different approach, which we've never done. And knowing this was coming, hiring someone like Jamie has been an essential move because she's done this type of work in other roles. She didn't come from 20 years of tourism, but she came from a lot of years of community program development. So we already have a start in that way, but we're all going to be having to learn how to do this, and we're going to have to learn how to do it together. And so knowing that you've done this in other states is really helpful. We'd love to tap your knowledge. We're going to have to do the same thing within each of the communities or the regions that we're working in too. So we don't honestly have all of the answers, but we're trying to create a structure so that we can get there, because we cannot continue to do the things as we've done them before, not only because they're not getting us there, but legislatively, we cannot do that anymore.
I'll just say one other thing to piggyback off of that so previously, I worked with the Office of Public Instruction and the university to develop a workforce pipeline specific to school counseling. But I think that that's an important key, is working with extension offices, working with university systems, maybe working out of state with folks so that we can, and I say workforce because I know that it's been a priority for years and years, and it continues to be a priority that we've seen through the resiliency planning most recently that's come up in every single plan that we've seen. And so, I think that there's a lot of innovations and a lot of new approaches that we can take. And sometimes that stuff can be scary. And sometimes people say, oh, we want change. And then sometimes they don't actually really want change, or they don't want it that quickly. So we're vested in meeting you where you are and helping you get to where you need to be. And we're going to let you guide that in a lot of ways, because we don't want this to be something that the state comes in and says, this is what you need. You don't live in your community, and you do. And so we're gonna lean on you to lead this work, but we're gonna support you that we have. Any other questions?
Yeah, Nathan with Fisher Country, tribal member. When do you anticipate it all coming together? And then how are you going to offer or solicit communities, local, tribal governments to, participate?
Yeah, sure. So over the next several months, we are going to be working through the arms process, like I mentioned, but we're also going to be more engaged in the communities. Obviously, we've been kind of nose down in all of this work that we've had to do since the legislature and new staff onboarding, things like that. But our intent is by the end of the year, December, to have hopefully the ARMS process completed. And of course, that timeline could change if we get a lot of public comments, and that could set us back to have to make revisions or that. And that's why we intend to engage you all, so that we can do those things before we continue the process. There's multiple steps to that, but again, I think that by the end of December is our intent, and then by January, we're going to hopefully be able to release something to give more of an indication of what that's going to look like. As Jenny said, the ARMS will be more of, legal documentation that says this is your broad and general guidance as to how this is going to work, and then our guidelines that will be posted online, or FAQs or appendix, whatnot. Those will give more specific details, such as starting with a letter of intent that will be in reach to our office to say, we have a project, we have X, Y, and Z. We'd like to connect with you, and then we would come into your community, we'd meet with your stakeholders, and then we could start talking about, where are you in this process, and then have an actual formal process to initiate a contract. It's not set in stone like that yet, because we're not quite there yet, but that's kind of, Community MT had previously a process that they kind of had an initiation form like that, and then they kind of moved in after they did an assessment with actually contracting. So that's kind of what we're thinking. Obviously, we could have a ton of people who do in-reaches to us, and we could have few that think that they're ready. So it just really depends on what we see in the first, between January and June. We're going to work as hard as we can to go through and be really intentional about following up with folks and setting time to go and meet with them and their communities, and that we can do the best that we can to really identify those that are most ready and that we can make the biggest impact with, and then, kind of tier that out to say, these communities are the highest level that are ready, that meet all these criteria, but we want to also identify what other things we can do further prepare those other communities for other cohorts as well.
Thank you so much for this presentation. This is so helpful. Can you help me understand, like, the 250,000 for the first year? When you put these budget numbers together, what do you envision that first year, like when people sending in invoices or receipts, or what is that first year going to be paying for?
Well, the intent for that first year is whatever it takes to get a plan in place. So we'll have to come up with a list of allowable expenses for that, obviously, but are you going to need to hire consultants? Are you going to need to have possibly travel expenses for individuals to come and, you know, talk with the stakeholders in that community about how they're going to do so, to say, you know, if this community is going to do it this year, we'd like to be able to, you know, apply for it in the following year or the years down the road, because we want to start scoping it out. So, like, what do we need to plan so that we, like I said, you might not need all of those funds for planning, but really, really ready. And okay, you know what? We have all of our plans. We have all of our stakeholders. We already have MOUs in place. We don't need legal, but we just need to keep all rolling, and then we'll take an evaluative approach to actually ready. What do we need to do? So we don't have all of those pieces figured out, but there will be allowable costs, I'm sure, in terms of that first year. Or if you don't need that entire 250 for planning, can we roll that into that second year and re-obligate it essentially to use it on other expenses that are more necessary?
I'll go really quick. Jenny, if I could go back to the conversation you started with rural and undervisited. This is probably just a yes/no question to start. For this program, to qualify for these pilot programs, they have to be rural and undervisited.
No, that's an important clarification. So that rural and undervisited only applies to that 22.5% line. So this would be rural. I wouldn't see it as being rural and undervisited.
Thank you. Except when you might pull in loan program money, they have to be both rural and undervisited for the loan. No?
No, they don't. I asked that specific question yesterday when we met with the senator, and the loan program does not have to be rural at all.
Okay, it's evolving. So my next question then is to the issue of over and under visited. Recognizing how complicated and difficult it is to get the data that you have to give you some answer, you mentioned that you've decided that it's above or below average of the CVB collections. Can you give this audience an idea what the fiscal year 24 average is that you're going above or below?
I don't have that with me. I don't know if anybody in the room would actually have that with them. Get a hold of Ben. As you recall from the working group conversations, he has it all mapped out in Tableau and provides that running average. And so it's easy to display. We just don't have it with us.
I think we all have the data. We just have to do the math. So if Ben has already got it, maybe we could get it before the end of the meeting and just make sure everybody's walking out of here with some idea where that lands. In terms then of the rural and overvisited definition, just for the sake of education, it will apply exclusively to the 22.5% bucket. Will it, in combination, be used in any other area of 540 funding?
Are you asking if rural, the exclusionary definition? For the programs that we've talked about today, it would only apply to the items in the 22.5%.
Which was formerly known as the grant bucket. Can I call it that? So people are following us? Yes. The grants would be rural and undervisited. Okay. Thank you.
Well, I would say the grants that are listed within that line, because if you recall, I think wayfinding appears in the 40 whatever percentage on top. So it just applies to the ones that are in that specific line.
Okay, so I have from Rochelle Brown, who's with the Department of Commerce. Nathan, I believe this is a follow-up for your question. She has said, OICD team will be scheduling time at each nation to meet with councils and businesses and the communities for multiple days per visit. And then she said, in addition, there'll be meetings with the STED as well. And then from there, I have, okay, so from Carla Hunsley in Missouri River, I have, is this for one community in a region, or can it be more than one?
Originally, when we were thinking through this process, we initially thought that it would be for one community, but with the understanding as we've moved forward, I think that it's reasonable to say that we'll allow for flexibility if there's multiple communities that want to work together to do this. You know, maybe there's a fishing access site in between the two communities that they want to further develop, and they want to put in, you know, rest areas, or they want to do wayfinding, or they want to, you know, whatever the project might be. If it makes sense and they, you know, are in agreement that they'll choose a fiscal agent and work together, I think that it will be allowable that they'll be able to do so.
Does the community, like you said, they have to be incorporated?
That is not anything that we've identified.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the big piece is going to be, I mean, there's going to be a lot of big pieces, but I think that it's really critical that you have a solid fiscal agent that can have an MOU with all of the entities that are going to be involved, because it's the management of these funds, the division of duties, you know, all of these pieces that you need to have in place so that there's a clear understanding of what it's going to take to move forward and be successful over the course of that 5-year period is going to be really critical. And also, if you think about other funding streams that might be available, they're possibly going to be the same fiscal agent for those as well, because so these funds come from the Department of Commerce, which is state money. It's also, you know, if you're working with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, or DEQ, or DPHHS, or what have you, they'll have to have contracts specifically with them. And so there's going to definitely be some capacity needs to manage that through the fiscal agent. And it could turn out that it's different fiscal agents. I know that we are working with our partners over at DPHHS, and they have a 5-year early education grant that's just started, and so that might be an opportunity. So for instance, there might be a different fiscal agent for a grant such as that that could come in and support this project or align with this project.
Hi there, I'm Laura with Columbia Falls. Thank you for putting this together. I just had a question for obviously Columbia Falls would be a small rural community. I guess my question is, some of the even entry things for rural communities are a lot for us to even get off the ground. And so I think this program is remarkable, but for us to even be able to qualify, we don't have the funding for the basics of those things, like I can't remember a few of them, you said the Main Street program and assessments. I'm just curious, if we're not able to qualify, but we don't have funding to get to those, that's kind of where I'm seeing discrepancy.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, we can take a look at our indicators and see if there are other items that we need to add on there to make it more applicable for the rural areas, because you know, those are things that maybe we just didn't take into account for. I think that I think we had 6 originally, but that's not to say that we couldn't adjust those to make for more allowability. And also, like I said, there might be opportunities that we can say, okay, you guys aren't quite ready yet, but maybe we have another fund that we can say, you really need to have this assessment done, or you need to have X done to get ready, and then that might be an opportunity that can help fill that gap. Yeah, so definitely let's have more conversations about that. I just want to reiterate a point that I said during my presentation too, that in my ideal world, this isn't just tourism trying to create rural development. I mean, this is across our entire agency that this is occurring too. So identifying communities is a great place for us to start for that interagency coordination too, when we also have business attraction working. Is a community that is attractive to a business also going to be attractive for tourism? Is it also an area where business is looking to help with jobs creation? And or that Main Street program is identified as a community that would be a great fit for that program, so that we are all starting to put all of those resources together to start building a community, rather than it being, we'll put $1 million here in this community, but business is going to put $1 million in some other community. And we bring all those resources and minds together when, like, yeah, we want new business here, but we don't have the quality of life to attract it. Let's say, we need a trail system. Well, that's great. That's us, that's SWP, that's other people who can do that. Or we want to grow, but we're really hamstrung by housing. Well, let's bring in housing. Let's do a housing assessment. That just continuously is brought up. How do we assist in funding for a housing assessment? So this is how I see it's not just us and you, it's how do we create this coordination effort leading from the tourism and bringing in all the voices that need to be at the table, focusing what limited resources we have in specific areas, and then watching that impact grow as we extend this program over the next 5 to 10 years.
I want to, at least from a personal perspective, thank the Department of Commerce and specifically the leadership for bringing a strategic plan to this group. I know there's been lots of dialogue for years about the fact that we haven't seen one and been begging for one, and now we've got what I hope is the beginnings of one that can last for multiple years, as Jenny alluded to. So for all of the effort and time and energy that went into it, I want you to know personally, and I hope I speak for many, that we're grateful for a plan to be put in place and something to aim toward. Clearly, there'll be a lot of questions and concerns, and we'll need some clarity along the way, but I hope that this is something that will work to begin to focus us all in one direction and be strategic in its implementation. My challenge for the room is to make sure that you listen to the details and that you pay attention as these rules come out, and be having conversations with your communities, specifically your boards and maybe your mayors and economic development agencies and others, about what this type of program and idea can do for your communities. We need to be ahead of this, not chasing it. And if it's going to work, the room needs to be fully engaged and participating in the actual outcomes. So I hope you listen. Jenny, for my last closing comment, will you go back to the rural definition and will you read the 13 communities that are excluded by the population and 10-mile radius? Because I heard Columbia Falls talk about their ability to participate, but I thought you said Columbia Falls was in the excluded list. So I just want everyone to hear it now in the context of the end of the conversation, so everyone's aware who is not rural.
I'm just reading it to make sure I can summarize it and get it all right. Okay. So first of all, it was the greater than 30,000. So those are the big 7. So Billings, Bozeman, Butte, Great Falls, Helena, Kalispell, and Missoula. Then there's the 10-mile buffer around those areas associated with the big 7, and that's to include Belgrade, Columbia Falls, East Helena, Laurel, Walkerville, and Whitefish.
Felicia, just a thought for that initial money. I know someone at the end of the day is going to be spearheading a lot of these in these rural areas, and I can see the leadership of the region DMOs kind of taking that on. And if Carla and Brenda have to take on, in essence, and I'm sure they'd be happy to do it in spirit, another full-time job, and they don't have the payroll to do that. How do you envision these rural communities taking on these big initiatives and not having economic support from an admin situation to deploy this? Because ultimately it's got to be someone taking that on, and has there been consideration for admin expenditure?
I think it's reasonable to assume that one of the allowable costs would be to have a project management position within those funds, because there's no way that you can manage a project of this scale without having a project manager specifically allocated for this. And some communities might indicate that, you know, they have a need for a half-time person, maybe it's a full-time person. It depends on the scale and the breadth of the project entirely, because like I said, if you have you know, multiple streams of funding coming in addition to this, it's going to be something that they're going to need somebody who is going to oversee this project. So that is one of the things that we are going to be in the process of creating, probably a template for allowable expenses.
Great, thank you.
I just have one comment from Brenda. She said, we have such great leaders. What a great question that Alicia is asking for all regions. In order to work, it must truly be a collaborative effort without boundaries. And then Carla Hensley said, thanks, Alicia, for asking.
Just one moment. Oh, we've been asked for that presentation.
Right, yep. And we just need to figure out where to post it.
Great, we've got a minute or two left if anyone has any other questions for Jamie or Jenny. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Jamie, so much. We appreciate you.
You want me to?
All right, before we break for lunch, and I'm going to have Mike give us a little, or Rachel give us a little details about where lunch is, and then we're going to reconvene per your agenda at 1 o'clock back in here. And for the council, I have an update from the Coraggio group on what they're going to be talking about later this afternoon. I'll put that on each of your chairs, as well as I'll put it out with the packets for the information for everyone else in the room. So Rachel, I'll turn it over to you and then we'll break for lunch.
Yeah, thanks everybody. So Barclays is going to be catering lunch today. They have provided a taco bar for us, which will have a bean option, chicken and beef. And to get there, you just walk out the doors, take a right, and just go right into the restaurant. So that's it.
Thank you, everyone. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. We'll get started in a minute. Well, you all get quiet fast. Well, before 1, I'll go ahead and get started. The good snacks are up here in the front by the director. We've got popcorn, sodas, snacks, chips, pop, jerky. So you just have to run the gauntlet of the council here to get your snacks. And then we have a lost and found for a pair of glasses. If anybody needs a pair of glasses, they're super cute. Okay.
the Coraggio group needs to see for this afternoon. You're welcome. All right, we'll go ahead and resume from lunch break. I'm just looking to see that we have Saber and Paul. We do have Saber and Paul and the rest of the council here. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Mike to introduce our next guest and speaker.
Good afternoon. It is my privilege today to introduce to you a representative of Glacier National Park. With us this afternoon is Brandy Burke. Brandy is the Visitor Use Management Public Affairs Specialist for the park. There's that huge title. And Brandy is going to talk to us a little bit about the ticketing management system, what they've learned, and how their public comment process has evolved, and where we go from here. I'll prepare all of you for an opportunity to ask Brandy questions. So as you're listening to the presentation, please know that there'll be a time for question and answer when she is finished. So Brandy, thank you for coming, and please take us away.
Well, I think the other strike is the mic is moving around quite a bit. So wait, testing the audio now. Is that good? So as Mike said, my name is Brandy Burke, and my very long title is very brand new. This is the first year a position like mine has existed, and all thanks to the Glacier National Park Conservancy. So visitor use management, that is anything a visitor touches on their way into the park. And so this year has actually been a very fun ride for me and very different. Traditionally, I am the public affairs specialist for Jenna Eisnagel, who is the public affairs officer for the park. And I've been with the park now for 3 summer seasons, so since ticketed entry started. And now we've moved on to reservations. It's not called ticketed entry anymore. So we'll be talking about that a little bit today too. So I have this wonderful clicker, and I'm going to test it out, which is over there. Ah, works. So I'm going to give a few updates from the park, and then we'll dive into the meat and potatoes. So status pages and GNP updates, Glacier National Park updates. So these were developed last year, and they're still pretty new. And we've had some sort of update on our website for a really long time, but we've lost our technology because it got really old, and we had to do away with it. So this is kind of our Band-Aid fix for all of the trail maps, all of the road maps, all the updates that you get from the park. The National Park Service at the national level is working on a new program, and we, in the meantime, are using this. So hold on to your seats, it's going to get better. The GNP updates is something that my boss, Jenna Eisnagel, coordinated along with Dispatch the Park. And so a huge thank you to them for making this happen. If you subscribe to any of these, it covers campgrounds, trails, and roads. You're the first one getting text and information about the park. So if you have people you're in contact with who might need these updates because they might be really important, definitely send them this way, because that text is the fastest way to get it. The status maps are updated when we can get to them. So these maps are found under Plan Your Visit. They're also under Directions and Transportation, and they're also under Current Conditions. Right, so construction in the park. So construction in the park this year has been a little rough. There's a lot going on, as you can see from this map. We did a press release at the beginning of the season. It was like 3 pages long. So with that also being said, that means less construction in the future, right? So all these things are being improved now. So in the left side of that map, you'll see there's a bunch of bridges being restored in the North Fork area, and currently right now the North Fork area of the park, that's really important, of the park, is closed to vehicle use because of those bridges are being dug out on each side. You don't have access to them. They're hoping to reopen those after the 10th. Until winter weather will shut the North Fork down again, as it does every year. So going to the Sun Road closed for a couple days here in the last week because of winter weather. Opened back up yesterday, and it is scheduled to be closed until the 16th, unless winter weather closes it down before that. The upper McDonald Creek Bridge, that's been shut off all season. They are putting in an entirely new bridge. Pretty cool. And the girders for that are going to be delivered this week. So there's going to be a lot of movement in this construction area along going to Sun Road to the west entrance. So visitor use management communications. So this year, like I said, this is the first time the park has funded a position like mine. The Conservancy, because I'm a contractor. And it has been a heck of a ride, and I could not have completed this year without help from many people in this room. And so when we came out at the beginning of the season, when we knew that we were going to be releasing in bulk and things were going to be changing, we reached out to local organizations such as the Kalispell Chamber, Glacier Country Tourism, and we said, hey, if I make this, if I present this like this, how is it going to look to visitors? Can you help me with this? And so they did, and huge thank you to that for that, because it made my life a lot easier. So we've been seeking a lot of design influence externally instead of creating it internally and just putting it out and hoping that people receive the information. And so this year as well, we've done a lot of website page development. We've dug into a lot of analytics. We've done a lot of redesign based on visitor use and where people are going. And so what you don't know yet is that Glacier National Park was part of a user experience testing this year, which was very insightful. I got to watch every single video of every visitor going on to use our website. Yep, and it's interesting to know and see how people think about their trip, what they're looking for. And so we're looking to incorporate a lot of that feedback that we've learned from this year into next year, hopefully to make everyone's lives in this room a lot easier. We're also developing our toolkit each year. Yes, last year we did not do this. This year we did. And it was really exciting. That's what's here on this right-hand side. It's a bunch of mock-ups. And so these are half sheets, rack cards, table toppers. Some of those we were able to have printed and delivered around in our Gateway community. And we also made these available online for everyone to print off and use anywhere you are. So that's how we were trying to reach a different group of people this year and give materials to them and have it readily available. Also this year, thanks to Glacier Country Tourism, we discovered the Tourism Academy, which is online, which I'm really excited to be looking into and really excited to be able to offer for next year. So once we figure out what we're doing for next year, and I'll get into that in a few minutes, I'm really looking forward to offering this to our front line. And by what I mean by our front line is people who need help understanding how the system has changed, what's happening in the park, what visitors need to know. So to me, that's talking to a lot of hoteliers, people who are booking hotels, people who are working the call center, any influence that may be contributing to visitors in their visit here. So one of the reasons I'm really excited to be here, and I had this conversation with Mike, I'm trying to figure out how to get out of the Montana bubble. And I really, really need your help, because everyone in this room touches in some sort of way an influence of visitors out of state and people who may not be paying as much attention as what they need coming into the state. So trying to come up with solutions, trying to figure out how do I communicate that message? Who do I deliver it to? People book to come here all the time. Then they figure out later that they need some sort of something to get into the park. Well, there's an opportunity for this as well, because that educational piece not only presents an opportunity to know what's going on in the park, but it also presents an opportunity to recreate responsibly and to educate people on how to behave in etiquette and courtesies and things we should do in the park. And not just in the park. So testing and development. So recreation.gov had a team that came to visit last month. We were all really excited. Their communications people also came. And so we talked a lot about things that they're working on and things that we're working on. So one of the things that we've been working on is that user experience. Right now, this bottom right graphic is newly added to our fees page, and it was developed to help people try to figure out what they needed to come to the park. I'll be up front, Glacier National Park has one of the most complicated systems in the entire Park Service. We know that. And we've received a lot of feedback on it. We're working on. This left-hand side, those are both recreation.gov pieces. And so in July, that bottom left piece was added to the landing page for buying passes on recreation.gov to the park, because a lot of people were getting confused. They didn't understand the difference between a daily pass and a vehicle reservation. And some people were also still looking for the word ticket or ticketing. And so we've been working on saying vehicle reservations a lot more than ticketing, because some people actually are getting confused. I received a phone call like that not too long ago. This top left, I'm really excited. I don't know what's coming yet, but that is the widget that pops up when you click that bypass button. That bypass button is on our website. What's happening right now is people are going to our website and they're clicking these bypass buttons, or they're clicking book a reservation, and they go to recreation.gov. And they think that recreation.gov is our website. So this year, for the first time, we've had a lot more control over the text that goes on recreation.gov on our landing pages, which we've been really excited about to put more information on. But now we know moving forward that we do have the option to create our own text there, create our own education there. There's a really important button on recreation.gov. I'm sure many of you have been there before. It's the need to know tab. So paying very, very close attention to that tab. So this widget, they are working on testing and creating a widget where people can stay on our website without having to go to other websites. I think it's going to be really beneficial on confusion for people. So the comment period. So Glacier National Park has had an open comment period for a month and a half. It ended last Saturday. We are so excited to get that feedback. We've received 1,374 comments over a month and a half period. Our previous plan that we had opened for comment received 969 comments over a period of 6 years. So we've got a lot of feedback, we've got a lot to go through, and we're really excited to see what that feedback is. So something important that I really wanted to announce to you all today, some people may know and some people may not. Once we go through all the comments, we will put out a public report. So you will all be able to see what was included in those comments. And not only are we releasing that report, we're also releasing the comments. So I'm about 500 in right now of reading every single word. There's a lot of good feedback. It's not just complaints. We're listening. We are seeing trending a lot of, I wrote it down because I took the words as I was going. So trending topics include parking, shuttles, people behaving badly. So again, I say an opportunity for education in any communication that we put out from the park. And so I also asked Dave, Dave, what do you think's been kind of trending topics? And here's what he told me. Dave Romer, our superintendent. Many commenters indicate that managed access in 2021 to 2023 successfully reduced congestion and delivered improved park experiences. Other commenters dislike various aspects, such as the reservation purchasing experience, use of vehicle reservations at specific park locations, shoe medicine, and issues that remain unresolved or exacerbated, such as no-shows at campgrounds and the lack of parking at Logan Pass. So I have a question for the room. How many of you have been to Glacier National Park? How many of you ever been stuck in traffic? How many of you have ever gotten a parking spot at Logan Pass? Geez, that's like half the room. Good. But those are all things that we're seeing and we're hearing. And the comments are very, very mixed. I've had good experiences, I've had bad experiences, and there's a lot of suggestions on what to fix. There's a lot of suggestions that are very, very long and very considerate of multiple aspects of the park. Not only are we hearing about vehicle reservations, but I'm also seeing things like the wilderness permit program included in these comments. So it's nice that we've got a good team going through them, and we'll be able to pull something out of that. So the elephant in the room is what's happening next year? And the answer to that, we're not sure yet, because we have to go through all of the comments. And that'll take a little bit of time, but I will say the superintendent is very adamant about releasing information as soon as we make a decision, as soon as we get that coordinated through the national portion. So what we're hoping for, and what we said before, is late fall. The previous 2 years, it has been mid-December, and we hear you. We have heard, like mid-December is too late. Because we're all trying to plan and we're all trying to coordinate. I assure you, we are all in the same boat on that. All trying to plan, all trying to coordinate on what's going to happen. So visitor use management. This page that you're looking at on the left side of the page is a new developed page. Visitor use management, which is what vehicle reservations are, is a managed access, if you will. And we've never had this on our website before. I put this up about 3 weeks ago. So there's 3 pages. They're right here. Research, public feedback, visitor use management strategy. So what we're aiming to do is be transparent as possible. And when we publish these comments, we publish this report, this is where they will reside on our website. And this can be found under the management tab. Ooh, save the best for last. Always. So next to me is Mr. Jim McCallan, and he works with Windfall, and I'll let him introduce himself in a second. But I just want to give a quick shout out to their team. Taylor, who works with you, who has been working with us, is absolutely amazing, and she's running an amazing team. And Jessie, who is in the room as well, is working for Glacier Country Tourism, also for Windfall, and we'll get into that in a minute. Well, actually, Jim, why don't you introduce yourself, and then I'll go through the rest of the slides.
Sure. Most people know me in the room. Glacier Windfall, mostly known as an advertising agency, communication. Have, though, since our origin, had a small division in our company as a call center. And that, believe in customer service, believe in out-of-state visitors, have that kind of warm welcome. All the research has shown back from the beginning when I first started with Montana then. Talk to people, engage them, even when they were frustrated, even when they were mad, or even when they weren't even thinking. Opportunity to talk to them always increased the opportunity. Always believed in that and followed that philosophy. And so we had the opportunity to Park Conservancy helping on this project, jumped at it because it fit organically into so many things, and we only scratched the surface in our understanding of what it actually is.
Great. So many of you may be asking, why is Jim from the call center sitting next to Brandy from the Glacier National Park? So if you didn't know, the Conservancy reached out to Jim, along with Gracie and Priest from Glacier Country Tourism, and said, hey, you need help. And gosh, is that the truth?
It was definitely true.
So we have been working this year with Windfall for a vehicle reservation helpline. In my 3 years being at the park, is the most successful thing I have ever seen. And it's huge, and it's huge because at the beginning of the season, we recognized, hey, we need something. And this came along, and the Conservancy funded it, and it was like, yes, let's use this, and let's see what we can do with it. So they were so overwhelmed in their first opening that we actually did not advertise the call center helpline number. Every phone call they received were from people calling the park, wanting information. Right. At this time, I had also not gone through the website development for the season. There was a high demand for information. A lot of people were calling the park. My gosh, it was amazing for them to be able to talk to somebody, have somebody answer their phone call. And there was such a high volume of callers, which is impossible. There's 2 people working the front desk, and before the summer starts, there's 1. So I'm going to share some numbers with you. Helps me. It's a very large chart. I don't expect you to read all the numbers. But I'd like to point out, oh, does this have a laser pointer on it? Oh, it does. Oh, perfect. Okay. So if you see from 2022, this is last year, calendar year, 4,547 phone calls were answered. That is not inclusive of the number of emails that were answered by our people at the front desk. In 2023, 19,658 Jim and Taylor and the vehicle reservation helpline. Huge number, and huge difference. And so this number is also still not inclusive of the emails that are being answered at the front desk. If you're a chart person, this is what the chart looks like for the front desk compared to what's happening at Windfall. And so in a comparison, our front desk answered those many phone calls for each month. The total number answered compares drastically. And we're noticing, not noticing, we knew, right? June through August, the highest volume of callers. So another chart. If you're a chart person, trying to be nice, I offered a line chart and a bar chart. But if you notice up at top, that line is this year, and that blue line on the bottom is the year we were closed for COVID purposes. Bar chart, your bar chart. So yeah, so that's the call center, and it has been an amazing opportunity to work with Jim and the team, and the amazing feedback we've gotten not only from visitors about being able to talk to somebody, but also from external agencies who's able to point people in that direction to answer questions. So when Jim's team came forward, it was like, well, what are we going to be answering? And so
a couple hundred calls we were going to be answering.
Yeah, and so I worked with the team a lot, and you know, this was just the first year, and it was just the beginning opportunity, and we worked with what we've got. We were a little overwhelmed in the beginning, but we adjusted, and gosh, that is just so successful in my eyes. Being able to communicate with people, not just one direction. I'm a huge fan of two-way communication. So hearing feedback and hearing people, and a lot of times it's people who don't understand what's going on, and they just need someone to tell them, hey, please still come on your vacation. It's not ruined, I promise. And here's the opportunity that's available for you. And so teaming up with people like Jim's team and people like Glacier Country Tourism and the chambers in our area has been really, really big. But here's something we can't do at the front. People call and they ask about vehicle reservations or something we have going on. There's an opportunity for us to talk and engage with somebody. What we can't do is further assist in their trip planning by telling them or referencing, hey, you go to this restaurant, or hey, go to this place. Have you also thought about this outside of the park? I cannot endorse any company outside of the park, So anybody who answers phone calls from the park can't do that. But what Jim can do in his team in the call center is transfer that phone call when they start asking questions about what's outside the park to Glacier Country Tourism, who's sitting in the same building. So it's a really, really big opportunity for us to work together to communicate recreating responsibly while we have someone to do. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Jim.
I'm going to build off the slides a little bit. Over. Again, I'll move it over. It's like a really big radio interview here. And talk about windfall and its partnership with the Conservancy. When we took over the helpline, oh, you're good. That's that next one. Just to give you an idea on timeline, when we first talked with Doug and I think Christine, it was maybe late November, early December. We didn't really put together a plan of action until a couple of days. So by the time we hit January, we were gearing up. And the expectation was, because it was an analog phone system at the park, we didn't have a lot of data on how many calls were not being fielded. Did some estimation just based on other activity, other programs. We thought that was somewhere between 500 and 700. Reality is it was a lot more than that. And so in terms of our plan going into it, phase one, support the Glacier National Park frontline comms team, work closely with the comms team and leadership at Glacier National Park to build a reliable and consistent customer. The idea being to inject the kind of Montana customer service that we've done with our clients into this. The idea to diffuse angry callers, and what would turn out, before I jump ahead, is a golden opportunity to not only turn callers around, but actually make sure they come and even extend trips, even move them around the state. So it became a really amazing opportunity organically. Provide inbound inquiry-based customer service, seek to clarify and troubleshoot visitor questions and concerns around the program. And then Windfall launched the program late February 2023. Again, when we launched it, we had an expectation of somewhere in that time, between like 300 and 700 calls. When we plugged in and activated the line, our entire switchboard lit up. We knew we had a totally different animal we were dealing with very quickly. Call volume was considerably higher than anticipated, as was the need for these callers for much wider tourism. They were hungry and wanting of information that spanned beyond the station line, but even beyond the park, into the local communities, into Montana. For a lot of them, getting a human being to talk to was their first Montana travel planning engagement with a human. Golden opportunity. And why Montana is a great place. We realized additional staff is going to have to be budgeted to support the helpline to make it useful and effective. If we couldn't staff it enough and we were missing too many calls, it could become a negative more than a positive. So we had to figure out how to rethink our plan around that program. Quality engagement of these potential visitors through the contact center could and was already making a positive impact on the park consumer relationship. Offering travel information helped diffuse frustrated callers. We could completely change the conversation. We're excited by the opportunity to receive additional travel planning assistance. It was key that our team offered help navigating the vehicle reservations and encourage potential visitors to keep their travel plans even in the face of uncertainty. Phase two was kind of the partnership. We realized that from a funding standpoint, I think we had about $40,000 to launch the program. We were going to need at least 3 bodies to be able to get enough damage in the incoming line to make a difference. And Racine was great. We were able to talk through with Glacier Country. And then that conversation was kind of like, not only are these callers an opportunity to extend and build numbers for Glacier Country, but we really are seeing one of the reasons the volume is so hard to deal with is that they're hungry for knowledge. Hungry for knowledge that really falls under Glacier Country's travel domain. She was gracious enough to let us begin moving callers off the line to her team once we had answered their vehicle reservation questions. We could get additional tourism information that enables us to move faster on the line to get to the people that just needed that help. And she also pledged $20,000 towards the program that increased staffing immediately to help us cut the call volume. You saw it in an earlier slide. I won't jump back to it in Brandy's presentation. Yeah, the numbers are great. I mean, we had 19,000 calls. We also missed close to 4,000. 4,000 that we know of. Those are 4,000 that got into our ecosystem where we can measure. We don't know how many calls were outside that, so we didn't even make it. There's a huge potential for growth here too. Look at our helpline calls from the helpline at Windfall's perspective, calls that were fielded. Again, we were projecting anywhere from 500 to 700. We came close to 4,000. And again, going into next year and trying to figure out funding and how to staff it, there's a potential, I think, for another 20 to 25% growth in those activities. Interesting statistics: almost 14% were calling from Montana. There's an opportunity also to talk with Montana plans and understand what they're doing during their vacation on the park. Average call duration for 4 minutes. These weren't, 10-second calls. They're engaged calls. Next step, we were able to talk with Montana's Yellowstone Country, because another thing that came out of the callers is for most of these people, this was a park-to-park vacation. It wasn't just a trip to Glacier National Park. They were going to Yellowstone National Park. They wanted to know about other parks, state park opportunities. And an opportunity, a lot of them were coming from the eastern part of the state, coming west. And so the golden opportunity, again, with Yellowstone Country willing to come up and again, it helped with staffing, but it also freed up the ability to move people that wanted Yellowstone Park information over to Yellowstone Country. It did hit them in terms of more travel guides or other types of resources and expense, which is part of that $20,000. The golden opportunity for us was we really believed the more time we had with callers, the better staffing we had, the more time to get them to extend their trip. Next, we'll continue to track and report call volume and impact of the program. Right now, the program is scheduled, this pilot program, to run through the end of February. That's how far it's funded. Working on what that might look like for next year if it exists. Up until then, though, we'll report to the park, the conservancy, to the regions who are funding it, and a year round, and understand, strategize around whatever opportunities it is. Mentioned 500, 700, we're closer to 3,000 to 4,000. Thank you.
I do have something to add. Jim, we didn't talk about it, but radio interview. There was an opportunity that we discussed in the beginning, but we became so overwhelmed with phone calls and answering phone calls that we didn't actually get a chance to do it. And that was the ability to create a live chat. So something maybe potentially looking at going into the future if we're able to do that or not. It's still something that's on the table and amazing. The original plan was under the contact information on the park website to put the contact information for the call center, to put out a press release, to do the live chat, and that didn't end up happening because that's how many people were calling the park. That's where they were funneling into to get information for potentially the rest of you. So again, Jim and team, thank you for everything you've done this year, because two-way communication to me is a very, very important thing. And knowing and getting feedback from people, this is a very successful program. It's been very, very big. And the Conservancy funded all of this, which is, yeah. It needs for communication, and we're able to accomplish these things. So with that, I'd like to open up to questions. I'm sure there'll be a few. I will do my best to answer what I can today, and whatever I cannot answer for you today. I'm really happy this is live stream because then I can take it back and listen to my talk. But also, before I leave, if you do have a question that I'm not able to answer, make sure I get your contact information so that I can contact you and give you an answer. Does anyone have any questions?
Maybe I missed something, but on one of your slides that showed all the years and then the call numbers, 2022 was a 3-digit number when almost all of the other years were 4-digit numbers. Why was 2022 so low?
So 2022 was lower. We had 2 people, as usual, working our front desk. The calls were quite overwhelming, but the amount of emails was answered more than phone calls were. So what you're not seeing on that slide is the amount of email comparison each year. So we had one position specifically focused on answering email and another, in I think a little bit later in the season, answering specifically phone. But trying to do both is an overwhelming number. And, you know, part of that is we've created a demand for information. Every year with a change in the vehicle reservation system, something changes, that creates demand for information and confusion among visitors. So what we're hoping to do is make a less confusing system.
Thank you. I have a question online. So this is coming from Carter Birmingham, who is with the DOC. Carter, I'm sorry, I don't know your job title off the top of my head, but his question is, question related to ticketing and visitor use management. Do you experience any difficulties with cell service at entrances into the park regarding digital passes, online reservations, etc.? And if so, is the park doing anything to modernize ticketing or entry process?
So that is feedback that we have gotten about every entrance of the park, except for probably St. Mary has the best service, probably. So as somebody who has worked at least a few days out at the front entrance and in the turnaround point at the west entrance, like I said, I've been there since the beginning, so I've actually got to experience it every year and how it's evolved. And that is something that they're talking about and they're looking into. And when recreation.gov, their team visited a few weeks ago, that is something that they talked about. And that is something that they are looking to improve if they can. But it's very often you see when people are coming in through the line, maybe they don't have their vehicle reservation pulled up yet, or they don't have it screenshotted on their phone and they go to show it to you, like maybe they don't have it. So then we ended up having to turn them around until they can get it pulled up, or we have to send them back to West Glacier to get them pulled up. But it is an issue, but it is something that they're looking at.
I have a question. It's kind of a series of questions, so I apologize, but I'm really involved. Like I said, my business, we're on our 73rd year. I don't know how many businesses are on their 73rd year. That's something I'm, really proud about. I resigned from being the Attorney General of the Blackfeet tribe to take over my family's legacy. And without the park, my business doesn't run. And that's a big reason why I'm on the committee. Kristen Juris was my property teacher. And then when the park closed during COVID, she asked if I wanted to be on the commission, which I gladly accepted. And I just have a few, I know everyone likes statistics and, but all I have is having a business and family who's been there from, the beginning of time, and they give me feedback and I see the feedback and I see my customers come in. And one thing, I did have a visit with the superintendent when he came to St. Mary. And I will say he was very optimistic. It wasn't just lip service. I was really happy to talk to him, and it kind of, in my words, the pilot project was something he, was given to him from the last administration, and he knows it doesn't, it's not really working, and he wants to change it, but how to change it, myself, I agree in the ticketed entry, I just don't agree on how it's implemented. And so hopefully we can tweak that. But the ticketed entry system has hurt my business and others really bad. Especially like in August, I've called other businesses in St. Mary. We're less than a half a mile from the east entrance. People said we've had empty bookings, campgrounds, tables in August that we've never experienced before, ever. And Jenna used to work for us. She came in and said, well, is it because of maybe gas prices or COVID or the political climate? And that's one thing that maybe the park or some entity can look at the demographics. And my customers, the most part, are older, they have disposable income, and they don't care about gas prices, they have money to spend. But the ticket entry is confusing because now on the east side, which is the best side of the park, you need a ticket for Mini Glacier, People want to go there because that's where the outside of The Shining was filmed, if you didn't know. And that's where all the animals are, a lot of them. You need a ticketed entry for St. Mary, and you need a ticketed entry for To Medicine, which didn't occur last year. And in my experience, when the ticketed entry started, people didn't know about it. And now they know about it, they're just not coming. As far as the communications, Verizon is the only network that works out there. So if you have AT&T, T-Mobile, you're SOL. And a lot of them, especially older people, are upset, and they don't necessarily take it out on the park, they take it out on my customers at the park or at my campground. So that can be a hurdle. Also, what was interesting is what the superintendent said, can we change the west side to the east side? They have to be the same? I said, they're apples and oranges. You're so congested on the west side, you have Whitefish and Kalispell, where on the east side, you have none of that. I mean, we're the recreational. For the most part, tourists go to the west side for the they wear the Dutton Yellowstone apparel, and that's kind of our Scottsdale in Montana. But on the east side is a recreational, where if you want to experience Montana, you come to the east side. But the communication's harder, and you need the ticketed entry. And one thing I think is important that Ryan Zinke said is the only one who made out on this whole ticketed entry was the actual the people who made the ticket. That company made millions and millions of dollars, whoever that company is, and couldn't have that money went to infrastructure or buses or something to actually act the problem. And I think that's a valid question. I know the superintendent said that the buses, they're having a hard time with people getting on the buses, but if you maybe force their hand, I'm not sure. But after the ticketed entry stopped, September 10th, it was like Disneyland for us, and it really made up for the loss in August. All the people, all the tourists that came to and ate at my place, because people come to my place word of mouth. They want to enjoy, like I said, we have home cooked everything, but the ticketed entry does need to be tweaked and accommodate also local Montanans. A lot of them aren't even coming anymore because of the ticketed entry. And one problem I see is the 6 a.m. because if you get a ticket, a lot of people think you have a golden ticket, you can get into the park anytime, you can park, you're the only one because you have a ticket. But that's not true, because you can get inside the park before 6 a.m. So everybody who can get up and get in before 6 a.m., get all the parking spots, and the people who got online at 8 in the morning and got their tickets, who think they got a parking spot, necessarily don't. And I also talked to the superintendent, and he said, well, we released 1,000 tickets for next week. But if I'm a tourist in Georgia, I want to have my ticket in hand. I don't want to play the lottery driving up to Montana. I'm just not going to come. And that's reflective of, I walked the room, I talked to the reg bus drivers, I talked to everybody, and they're saying the ticketed entry is so complicated, it's really difficult. We didn't come last year because of this, and it's really difficult, XYZ, and it's reflecting on my business and my ability to feed my family and my customers, my employees. And like I said, without employees or customers visiting the park, I don't have a business. And one thing I would recommend is you guys have the turnaround spot at St. Mary. That would create about a 3-mile line. And a lot of visitors would say, we're going to wait. Let's go enjoy St. Mary. And we would get a weird rush about 3 p.m. But then you guys moved it up to Rising Sun, and you've taken a lot of business away from the local businesses. And I see every day when I go through, because I don't have to, because I'm a tribal member, I get the free access, but there's still a lot of people that get turned around all the time because they don't know they need a ticket. We've had a lot of groups staying in our campground. We're, I think, the biggest campground in Montana. We get a lot of people that say, we had no idea that there was ticket and entry. So there's a lot of unknown, and I think Like I said, the age demographics, a lot of our people have disposable income, and when you have disposable income, a lot of things aren't closed for you. They're not used to hearing, no, we can't get in. So maybe, and they're older, they may have a difficult time getting on the internet. Like I said, Verizon's the only network that works in St. Mary. Those are just a few of my issues, not directly at you per se, but you know, the park admin. But
it's really, really good feedback. And I want to reassure you all that he's not the only person we've heard this from. We are hearing this from other people as well. So you're all going to see this when the comments come out. You're going to see various different aspects of access and what should be and what shouldn't be. And hearing this, hearing rising sun, oh, that was actually bad for business for you, is oh, and it's great. I think it's wonderful that you've had a chance to talk to the superintendent about this. And I will say that David's been very, very receptive to hearing feedback. And I'd like to add a little bit to that as well. I'm going to share a story that Jim shared with me. Well, that Mike shared with me last week. And he said he was at a hotel in Butte, and the receptionist told the customer, don't have a vehicle reservation to Glacier National Park. Don't go. It hurt me a little bit inside as the communications person, because again, trying to reach out and trying to get as much information as possible out there, one-way communication is not great. So if I'm not out there in the community talking to people and making sure that they understand what's happening, instead of assuming that everything is like what it was the first year, that it hasn't changed again in the next years, I'm not doing my job. So part of that, and you have your own business, right? And you talk to a lot of people who come from out of state, who come up here to visit. But we're trying to figure out, again, how do we get out of the Montana bubble? And, you know, hearing Mike, oh, are we in a flathead bubble? Oh, man. And, you know, it's not the first time I've heard that kind of feedback, and I didn't know about it until I got here, and no one told me about it, but I had booked a place. Or, you know, I've heard from locals too, I stopped paying attention because I don't know what the system has changed to this year. That's a little bit problematic for us because we can't get the information out there, and the local is the stopping point. We have to figure out a way to get past that, because then people show up and then they're angry, right? And it's not very fun having angry visitors. I want everybody to be happy. And being able to talk to people and adjust that conversation has been huge for us. But not everybody has a call center, right? Not everybody has that to rely on. So the question for us at the park, what can we do to make your life easier? As members of the Travel Advisory Committee, as members of the community who are stakeholders, who are running your own services, how can we help you? That's really what my position has been this year. How can I help you? So this feedback period, really, really important, like I said, because it's hearing different perspectives from everyone and what we can do to make it better.
I got a follow up with that.
Yep.
One is the construction, and I don't know how many people visit. I don't think there's ever been a year that construction hasn't went on. I think there will always be construction in Glacier Park, and the road by Lake McDonald, I think the potholes need to be bigger. 3 feet deep isn't bigger. I mean, that was the worst stretch of road. Oh my gosh, super bad.
I forgot to mention, that's supposed to be done being paved in 3 weeks. That on the construction side. Thank you for going back to that.
Hi, Brandy. This is Alicia. And you being here is a huge start to that. So thank you very much. And I just want to take this opportunity to commend Glacier Country and Yellowstone Country for helping fund the call center, and for an agency for years who's been adamantly not in the tourism industry. You find yourself in the tourism industry. And thank you for being here to work with all of your partners.
So I listened into the superintendent talk about, you know, wanting to have the public meetings that happened. I think that was last month. And what I haven't seen, and maybe it's just, maybe I wasn't paying that much of attention, but has what you've been doing with this ticketing reservation / car entry / system, has it alleviated the problems you set out to stop, right? So it was too much congestion in the park. It is no spaces available at Logan Pass. It's right. I've not seen any slides or any data when you come back and you speak, or the superintendent speaks, that goes, have the systems we've implemented actually solved the problems or problems that we set out to do? And so I guess that's my question for you is what is been happening being effective? Because I haven't been to the park in 3 years. And from Bozeman, I'm not just going to get in the car and take my chances. And I've missed visiting my friends because I want to go to the park. I know everything about outside of the park, but darn it, I want to go hike in Mini Glacier. And I guess my throwback to you as a resident and someone who grew up in Glacier County, has your system made the changes you were wanting? And if not, why?
Okay. So that's actually, it's an interesting question. And the answer is also going to be very interesting. So it depends on who you are. And that's another reason for this feedback, right? Is the system working for the park? Is it working for the people who are visiting? So that visitor experience is what's really important, but also the ability to balance it with protection, resource protection. So there is data online. It's on our storyboard if you're looking for it later, but I can talk to you a little bit. So the first year was very different from this year, right? So it was only for going to the Sun Road. So we've tweaked and we've made adjustments throughout the years. And we caused probably an unwanted effect, right? We sent a lot of people to the North Fork, and the North Fork shut down a lot during the second year. And so the third year, what ended up happening was once we incorporated vehicle reservations for the North Fork, it ballooned to the other areas, to the east side of the park, and it ended up shutting those gates a lot too. So the question is, as a visitor, would you prefer to show up and the gates be closed because it's too congested and too full, or would you like to have some sort of reliability? And so Dave says this very often. He says, your cake tap baked, right? We've got all the ingredients, and now we've tested this program in all of the areas of the park. But it doesn't mean that we incorporated the same way next year. So we're going through the data now, and Susie Zitter, who is our visitor use management program manager, she's going through all the data. And so I think one of the things that you haven't seen here is that we also did a GPS voluntarily tracking testing program this year, where volunteers would take GPS trackers through the park to track their movements and their progress to see where they stayed for so long. And we actually just had a presentation yesterday from WPI, but they also did a study this year on parking at Logan Pass. I thought it was pretty cool that they gave a presentation on yesterday. So it was interesting to see. But these are complications, and they're things that we're reviewing. And you want to see data, and you want it available, right? And so part of our effort in being transparent is the creation of the visitor use management pages. And so what we're intending to do is put as much of our research as possible on those pages once we have it published. So right now, Susie's going through lots of data. We've closed out for the season. We're going through all the numbers. She's going through her different studies. She's listening to presentations from different colleges who have helped out with some of these studies. And it's all going back. So last year we had visitor use management study from U of M. It's pretty cool, which is also online. That's accessible as well. And that surveys from people who were visiting the park during our vehicle reservation system. You need to hear if you've got into it, here's what it felt like, or of that nature.
Call center side, sorry, listening to the calls initially when we first got started, trying to train and adapt, strategize. 100% of the calls started about negative. Almost 90% of them controlled those calls. They got the information and we were able to like logically explain the program and how to navigate the park. 90% of those calls turned. Now you're gonna have 10% that you promised them the world or not. But I was pleasantly surprised with my borderline skeptics in the program about something. Misinformation and the ability, information is going to be the key. How to figure out an infrastructure on how to educate. I think there's going to be a balance between residents and out of state parks, and information is the only way we're going to get there.
I have a question for you, Alicia. So, didn't come because of vehicle reservations?
Correct.
Then after it was moved to 3?
Well, I don't have the opportunity to look honestly at every press release. I have a couple days of the year to plan my year's vacation and travels, and I'm not going to be looking at every day what it is you're doing. So I don't know if the average visitor does. I mean, one could say if you wanted it bad enough, you would do it, but I also work a full-time job and have other things, and I can't. I don't have the opportunity to just be watching the website. I also couldn't find on Xanterra's webpage when they open their reservation. So that's my other option, right? To get a boat tour. I don't know when they're opening. All I know is for July and August, the whole park is sold out, is what it looks like to me. So maybe that's the case too, which is okay, because I used to work for the concessionaire for the park, so I understand well how these things work. But I'm just saying, if it's me in a Bozeman bubble, maybe it's just me in a Bozeman bubble.
You're not alone.
I can say that from the Montana out-of-state perspective, I learned a lot from the process. Travel out-of-state visitors to Hawaii right now, or they're going to Colorado, or they're going to. There's constant change in rules and regulations. Hawaii specifically, well before the storms and everything. Post-COVID, it was changing on a daily. That's great. But I think out-of-state visitors are a little bit more being a part of life. I do say that the 13% of the Montans are some of the toughest calls.
Oh yeah, no, that's okay, because we're very spoiled, and we know it here, and I'm not opposed to it. It's just, I just hope that what is being done and the difficulty or miscommunication it might be having is having the intended effect. And I guess would like to know that it is or isn't having the intended effect.
And I'd like to follow up on Alicia's comment, because I think this is an important question. And I'd like to talk big picture for just a second. You started off 3 years ago with the intent of solving a problem, and you developed a system that I believe you probably executed on solving that initial problem of overvisitation. From a big picture perspective now, 3 years later, what's our problem today? And how are you all looking at solving that problem? If it's the same problem, fine. If it's different, can you help us understand from a big picture what problem we're now solving?
Again, that information is going to come out with our feedback and our comments. And so we're looking at, okay, what is the problem for you as a visitor? But for this gentleman, the problem is different, right? This reservation system affects his business. And like many of you in this room, the reservation system probably affects your business or touches it in some way or form. Am I correct? And so that feedback and hearing from everybody is going to be really important to establish what a bigger problem is. We think we know the problem, right? The problem is there are gridlocked congestion before vehicle reservations. And that is something that has not happened since we've had the vehicle reservation system. And so when you think about gridlock on going to Sun Road, if you've never been on going to Sun Road before, which I saw a pretty good amount of hands up in this room, so I'm assuming that most of you, if not all, have driven that road. It's a one-lane, very skinny road. So imagine trying to get through traffic in an ambulance. Because alert's not going to be able to respond every time, right? Two-Bear Air, they're amazing, but not every time, right? And so having emergency vehicles have the ability to get through traffic is really big, and that's a safety focus. Also, we're talking about when you have a large amount of people, what resources do they use? What resources get overused? What can take that amount of use and what can't? But also, how does it affect the people on the west side and the east side? How does it affect the use of the roads in the park? So things like that. And we're talking about looking at problems to solve. It's not just vehicles, Mike. And I'm glad you asked that question because it's use, balancing use with resource protection. We want to create a great visitor experience. I was chatting with somebody earlier in the room. What great visitor experience looks like varies for everyone. You could be in a situation where you're from a very populated state where you're used to being very close to someone on the trail. Then again, you look at somebody maybe, say, from Montana. Like if you see someone within 100 feet of you on the trail, that's too close. So it varies, and it's really just a balancing act of trying to figure out what that is.
Well, kind of a follow-up too. What I think every visitor wants to see is a bear. If they see a bear, that's what they come to Glacier for. As far as solutions, is everything on the table as far as amending the rules? I mean, as far as, you know, the ticketed entry, maybe taking out the 6 a.m. I mean, as far as the parking, you know, I mean, there's a lot of construction, maybe increase the parking if there is ability up at Mini Glacier or at Logan Pass. I mean, are solutions, I mean, is this a work in progress, or are all the solutions on the table open, or is this, I mean, what's the park vision of that?
No solution is off the table. And we have to approach this very open-mindedly as we approach what feedback we're getting with this open comment period. Once we get that report, once we've had a chance to read through all of these to understand what the problems for visitors are, because like I said, we think we know what the problems are. I mean, we know what they are from a resource standpoint, right? But visitor experience is the other half of that. So, sorry, one more time. It's going somewhere. Solution. So no solution is off the table. Dave keeps reiterating this. We have the ingredients to bake a cake. The cake's not baked. And so no solution is off the table. And so like 3, 6 a.m. or what time the vehicle reservation system ends, each year we've done something to adjust the system, to tweak it just a little bit in hopes to make it better. And so far, you know, Mike asked this question, Alicia asked this question, is it working? Well, the tweaks that we've made, they've worked in little bits and pieces, but also maybe they're creating problems in other areas. And that's something we have to look at as a whole solution. So it's, you know, when we're looking at problems, right? What's the problem? Can you come up with a solution until you've truly identified all the problems? So, like I said, from a resource standpoint, we've got it more figured out. From a visitor standpoint, still something we're learning about. So those recommendations, and like hearing that rising sun is not a good turnaround point because that affects everybody on the east side. Because the impression that we're getting once we've moved it to rising sun, that turnaround point on the east side, is that people have some access to the park. They have some ability. If they can't go through the west entrance, then their other option is to go through the east entrance. So we're sending more people that direction. But to hear that that's not necessarily great is really good feedback. I haven't heard that yet. And it's, like I said, it's great that you've talked with Dave about this because now he's got it, right? And he's going to hear all of this.
Hey, Randy, I have a question from the chat. Here we go. Okay, so this is coming from Rochelle Brown, who is with the DOC as well. She says, is it possible to have Montana's tourism partners, the regions, DMOs, and Visit MT guidebooks available at the park's visitor centers and hotels? If not, who do we talk to about being granted authorization for customer-facing displays with free, high-quality materials that promote our gateway communities?
That is a very great question that I'm going to take and ask for clarification from my fellow staff members at the park. And probably ask at the Conservancy too, because the Conservancy are the ones who run the stores. Yeah. That's a great question. Thank you. I will make sure that I get your information and I can get back to you on that. You know, it's something that's really cool though. This year on our new website design, specifically created an element in order to direct people to what they can do if they don't have a vehicle reservation. Whether that's being highly used or not, I'm still going through all of that data. I'm still reading the analytics. It's a lot. I will tell you that we've had over 3 million visitors since the press release came out in December to our website, which is we're averaging each year for visitations. So it's interesting to see that comparison. But one of the things that we were able to do, because we can't advertise specific businesses on our website to say, oh, here's what you can do outside of the park, but you know who can? Glacier Country Tourism. And that's exactly where our link goes. And not only is it just sending in the Glacier Country Tourism, but there's several things that we have talked about and worked together on. But part of that, inclusive as well, I've had the wonderful opportunity to not only work with Glacier Country Tourism this year, but also with the Fish and Wildlife from the Blackfeet Nation to create some recreating responsibly on tribal lands messaging, which I thought was huge. Because I got some feedback, people are getting turned around, they don't necessarily know what to do, they don't know that they need a permit to go. So visitor education, again, an opportunity for that has been really, really big for us. And being able to include that on all of our printouts and messaging that we've created this year, which I don't think I mentioned this either. This year, we developed a series of canvas banners to hang at airports so that people didn't know by the time they came into town, there was some piece of information in front of them headed to the luggage area. And so we made that available this year to the Kalispell Airport and the Great Falls Airport. We were waiting actually from feedback from the Missoula Airport. So if anyone's got ties with the Missoula Airport. Yeah.
Brandy, I guarantee you there are ties in this room that
Of
will
course
reach out
there
to
are.
you after that.
This is Alicia. We've got a few minutes more left. I'd like to hear questions from the audience if we have any here.
I saw a hand raised back there. Oh, it's you. Yes. Yeah. Great.
Hi, I'm Debbie with Glacier Country Tourism, and thanks, Brandy, for being here. And I just wanted to mention I travel outside of the state of Montana and work with counterparts that have our DMOs from all over the United States, Utah, Arizona, all the places of the western parks. And when I talk about, oh, we have a monthly conversation with our park, we have feedback from our park. They want our feedback. All the other people that work at DMOs from other states say, how did you get in there? Like my superintendent doesn't care. My superintendent doesn't care about tourism. All they want to do is about protection and education. So to have Brandy here and talking to us and telling us and feeding us this information, to have her working with all of us in the region and sharing communication and having us try to help lift the message of the vehicle reservation system, it's pretty unique. So just wanted to share that with you. Utah, especially with all their parks, they say their superintendents are just focused on certain things and they really couldn't care less what the tourism community has to say. So Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you, Brandy, and do please take back to you, Superintendent, that we really are grateful for the partnership and willingness to be here. We're very grateful. Any last question before we wrap up?
We have one comment from Julie Mullins, who is in Whitefish, and she says, bravo, Debbie, great message. GNP is an amazing partner to explore Whitefish.
Thank you all so much for having me. I really look forward to communicating with you all throughout the breaks, and I will be here until through tomorrow morning as well. So if you catch me during a break, or if you have any additional questions, please do not hesitate to approach me. I'm really nice, I promise.
Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Jim. All right, we're going to take a quick comfort break, and we're going to resume right at 2:30. So we'll see you. And the snacks, good snacks are up here.
That's right.
All right, my watch and phone and computer says it is 2:30. So we're going to go ahead and resume again, please. Thank you all so much for staying for the next 2.5 hours while we have a presentation from the Coraggio Working Group. And with that, I'm going to throw that to Dax. But please, during this presentation, if you need a quick comfort break, please get up and take it. We're not going to take another formal break, so just please come and go as needed. And with that, I know most of you know Dax, and he doesn't need much of an introduction. And if you don't know Dax, I encourage you to get to know him tonight at the little reception. So with that, Dax, the floor is yours.
Wow. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the encouragement of my social, get out there socially with everybody. Just what I need. Members of the council, my name is Dax Schieffer, and for purposes of this next section, I'm representing Big Sky Solutions and Strategies, which was contracted by the Department of Commerce to provide a connection role for the Coraggio Group. And those connections included with regional leaders that are in this room, along with different community leaders and the different partners that exist that we really wanted to make certain that the Coraggio Group had access to. And so to give a little setup and a little grounding, I kind of was reflecting, I've been involved in this project now for a couple of TAC meetings, and we've been providing updates regularly. This was introduced in Lewistown. We spent some time talking about this in Missoula. In February, during the session, we gave a pretty lengthy program review. And then again, in the public comment in Great Falls, we shared at that moment in time where this project was at, because it was just getting ready to move into the planning phase. And we picked up from that time through with the Tourism Advisory Council, some real interest in being able to learn more. And so it's been an evolution in this process and in the project as it's gone on. And what we're really hoping to do today is also take advantage a little bit of some efficiency where these guys, prior to even knowing the schedule, had a industry advisory panel component, a feedback loop that would happen pretty late in the process. And it was really about having a check-in. They did all the work that they've done, really not have any gaps. Are there any blind spots? Are there any places that really need to be refined? And so I knew this was coming up, and I can't imagine a room with more industry experts in it than take advantage of the space that we're all here in Anaconda for TAC. And so through the chair, they were very gracious in giving some space to this. This is a more space than we've had really through this whole process, but it's also, again, it's one less meeting we would all be doing otherwise. And in my mind, this is going to be more effective. And so I want to encourage people on the Tourism Advisory Council, certainly to ask questions, stop anytime in this format, but even highly encourage people in the audience, the participants, the people who are going to see somewhat of a mirror reflection and have been part of this process and making certain that these plans have been shaped up with how you want them to see moving forward. And so before I give it to our speakers, I do want to also just give a little extra thanks because this has been a project that has involved a lot of work from a lot of people. And so certainly having Jen and Sarah come into Montana, and they've been in Montana a lot, but to come here and give their time is really important. Certainly thankful for TAC to give this space and an opportunity to have this conversation. And then really the regional leaders, they have been great partners all along. We know that if you take yourself back to Great Falls, there was still a lot of uncertainty of how are you and the partners going to have the resources and the bandwidth to do all this planning in the summer. And very proud to say that everybody leaning in and getting it done. There's great results to kind of look at here. So, so a lot of gratitude on this project. And as Jenny mentioned this morning, it is going. The plane's coming in for a landing here in December. So and then the work begins. Planning phase. So with that, I want to hand it to Jen and Sarah to take you through the program. Again, I encourage people to raise your hand and ask questions along the way. And welcome.
Thank you, Dax. You always do such a great job kind of summing it all up. We have had an incredible experience from start to finish, thanks to Jenny and her team, thanks to Dax and his guidance and support and just oversight on things. And frankly, thanks to everyone in the entire industry that has participated, that have asked questions, that have brought their expertise and their concern and their knowledge to the table, because that's actually what defines the success of this type of planning. I walked away with Alice the clicker. So we have a couple goals for our time today. And as Dax mentioned, this is really meant to be a moment where we pause and we touch base with the TAC and with everyone in the room here and those online to share an overview of the work thus far. Where has it come from? Where is it going? What do we hope the outputs of it to be as an industry and as a state? And ultimately, what happens next? But in order to get us there, in order to get us all kind of on a good level playing field, we want to give an overview of how this all came to be. Before I jump all the way in, I'm going to give you a little bit of context of who I am, who my colleague Jen is, and who the Coraggio Group actually is. Some of you have worked with us along the way. My name is Sarah Meany. I am a principal with Coraggio Group. I'm actually based out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We all work pretty much remotely because we work with clients all over the country. We have worked with over 25 state tourism offices or economic development agencies. We've worked with hundreds of local CVBs or destination marketing or management organizations to do a wide variety of strategic planning. So everything from organizational strategic planning to resilience and stewardship planning, which this falls into, but also we work with organizations to help build and kind of advance how they work as organizations. So things like leadership development, organizational structure, and other advisory work like that. I came to be in this position because I'm a former client. I was the tourism secretary for the state of Wisconsin, and so dealt with a variety of similar challenges and different challenges in my time there. And hopefully by bringing that experience to bear as a consultant, we all come to the right conclusions for your specific community and for the entire state of Montana. Prior to that, I owned and led a few different marketing and advertising agencies, also working with destination organizations, but a lot of outdoor recreation brands as well. So kind of the space where tourism and recreation convene. So I'm just honored that I get to do this kind of work and help a lot of amazing destinations do their best work and take care of the places that make their destination so special. Jen, do you want to do a quick intro of yourself? We also have a goal of, let's stay awake this afternoon. So here we are. We're going to bring a lot of energy, okay?
Sure. My name is Jen Gray O'Connor. I'm a Senior Associate Principal with Cresio Group, and it's been my pleasure to be the project manager for this project. So I've had the opportunity to meet many of you through our planning process as well as through our engagement process. I've been a destination strategist with Cresio Group for 3 years, but prior to joining Cresio Group, I worked in local government doing public participation and urban planning. And so I'm very excited to both understand the role of tourism as well as bring in perspective from lots of different community partners who you might engage with.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we can kick into why we're here. As Dax mentioned, one of the hallmarks of success for this scale and this scope of planning is ensuring we are continually touching base, encouraging participation, increasing awareness of the purpose of resilience planning and the purpose of engagement along the way. And this created a natural opportunity to do so, right? Where the Tourism Advisory Committee is coming together, attendees are coming to participate in all of the topics, and we are kind of at a natural point, a pivot point, where the regional planning work is coming to a close, and that regional planning work is flowing into and informing the work of the statewide planning committee. So what does that all mean? We're going to give a little bit of an overview of that, but this gives us that opportunity to say, all right, here's where we've been, here's what we've learned, here's what this means, and how do we get the best sources of input, how do we get feedback at this point in time in order to inform the best possible statewide, state-level plans that'll support those regional plans. So that's why we are here. So we want to define, what does it mean to build a resilience plan for Montana? What does resilience planning even mean? We've all heard the word resilience. What does it mean in this context? We want to provide an overview of the planning process so that people are caught up to speed with what's been done. How was it done? We want to describe and share some of the high-level research findings and regional planning outputs, and discuss some of those, the highlights of those regional plans in the context of, okay, so each region has done this work. What does it look like from a state perspective? When we look out across the entire horizon of Montana, what does that mean for building the structures and creating support to make those plans as best supported as possible? So, resilience is a word we've all lived with for a long time. And in fact, I think I saw a quote recently. Someone said, I dream of a day when I stop needing to be resilient, right? Because what does it mean to have to be resilient? It means we've been tested. It means we've encountered disruption. It means challenges have gotten in our way and we've needed to overcome them. Well, becoming resilient is a part of everyday life. What does it mean as a community? What does it mean for an industry? Well, we know that the tourism industry actually has faced a lot of disruption over many, many years. It isn't just the pandemic. It isn't just flooding. It isn't just wildfires. It is constant. The things that disrupt what allow people or what encourages people to come to a specific destination, we will continue to have disruptions. That is one thing for certain, right? I do not have a crystal ball, but I am here to tell you from the future, things are going to get disrupted again. We don't know why, and we don't know how, and we probably won't know when. But what we can do about it is actually plan to be less vulnerable to those disruptions. This model on screen actually talks about, kind of addresses the idea that the destination organization, many were initially put in place through statute many years ago, right, to promote and encourage people to come visit a destination. Why? Why do we do tourism promotion? Someone want to offer a suggestion? Why do we promote tourism to our community? Economic impact. Great answer. Are there any other reasons why we want people from outside our community to come into our community and fill up our trails or buy our products? Largely, that is the number one purpose. The goal, though, is how do we ensure economic impact without messing everything else up? So once we're very good at what we do, once we promote to the point where a lot of people want to come to our destination, what do we need to do in addition to promoting our destination? We need to manage how those visitors behave, where they go, when they go there, what they do, how they do it, and how they leave their dollars behind. That's destination management. That doesn't mean you stop promoting. It means you're promoting in balance with the impacts within the location. What happens when your destination management starts looking like residents are slightly less happy with what's going on, or nature is telling you that it can't repair itself as a trail, or there aren't enough spots in a parking lot at a very, very popular destination, wink, wink. We, as leaders of a tourism industry, need to be stewards of that asset. That asset is our place, right? If we aren't thinking as stewards, we're actually part of the problem. So in the transition from needing to be destination promoters to becoming destination managers to truly being stewards of our destination and our place, there are a lot of things that come along the way. Resilience planning lives in the middle of that, okay? This is not resilience planning. I would argue what you're seeing on screen right now is crisis management. If I absolutely am afraid that there is going to be a pizza shortage in the near future, and that is very, very scary to me as a significant pizza lover, I would want to make sure that I have access, at least for me, to a piece of pizza if ever there is no pizza available. That is crisis planning. That's crisis management. What that is not is true preparedness, right? So this looks more like resilience planning. I don't know when or where. I don't know where I'm going to get pizza from, but I'm going to figure out how to get pizza for myself. I'm going to grow my own basil. I'm going to make my own dough. I'm going to have a backyard pizza oven. I'm going to raise my own tomatoes, and I might even do some microbrewing because I like a good beer with my pizza. This means I've anticipated there could be shortages, there could be changes, there could be all sorts of things that might affect my ability to have pizza in the future. And instead of relying on that single source of pizza or the 5 favorite spots, I have decided I am going to make sure I have pizza for the foreseeable future, regardless of what happens to me. Resilience is the opposite of vulnerability. So how does this pizza shortage play out in destination management and destination stewardship? Well, that's exactly what the resilience planning module actually creates. This is where I'm shifting over to you. Or am I doing this one, Jen? I got this. Okay, I got this. So what we've done is we've built a series of assessments that we use within destination clients. What we look at from a resilience planning perspective is all the ways in which your systems in these 7 dimensions could be vulnerable to disruption, okay? So when we look at them one by one, there are a lot of different ways you can think about how leadership can be disrupted, or how might your existing approach to leadership or how leadership works with itself be disrupted. The same is true of assets, your infrastructure. Where are your risk points? Where are you most vulnerable? And therefore, where do you start? By looking at what your strengths are, we can identify where your gaps might be. Where the gaps are opens up an entire door into opportunistic and proactive planning. That is exactly what resilience planning is. So these 7 dimensions are the basis of the analyses that we've done with participation from stakeholders and business leaders, community leaders, residents, leaders of the destination organizations themselves, in order to truly look at where are our strengths and therefore where are the gaps? Where can we decrease our vulnerability? Does anyone have any questions about that as a concept? Great, I am doing so well. This is great. That means I am really effectively communicating up till this point. Okay, great. When there are a lot of questions, that means we've got gaps. So what you'll notice as we go through some of this information, and something that's important to think about, those 7, sorry, I'm gonna go back here. Those 7 dimensions start opening up doors to things we cannot control directly. As tourism organizations, as leaders of individual government agencies, as business owners or business leaders, we cannot always control everything that happens to us. We also don't control the solution. So what we have to think about is, who do we need to work with in order to address those gaps? And this is where driver, partner, and influencer comes in, right? So these plans themselves are very wide-ranging, and they are very long-term. We look at things from a 0 to 5 year time frame, 5 to 10 year, and 10 to 20 years. That's a really long time. Who knows where they're going to be in 20 years? Retired, that's the answer. Maybe Montana, for me, might be the answer. Right, so in 20 years, we can't predict what's going to happen, but we can say it's going to be different than it is today. So regardless of how it is different and what has changed, what have we done to make ourselves flexible and ready for anything? Not necessarily prepared for everything, but ready for anything. Okay, so that also helps us figure out what role do we play in each of the initiatives that come into this plan. Well, in one setting, we may need to be the driver of it. We're going to own that initiative. So let's take a regional plan from Glacier Country Tourism. Well, if it falls within the scope of their influence, of their purview, and of their responsibility, they're going to take that initiative and they're going to drive it. That doesn't mean they're not bringing people along with them, but they're going to own it and drive it. Can they drive and control? Can they drive and control something that requires the Department of Transportation? Drive it. No, they may need to partner with a transportation partner. They may need to actually participate in something that transportation already owns, but needs the voice of tourism in order to ensure that it serves tourism needs. So it's possible to have a plan that does not only include things that you can do yourself. This is the type of plan that requires all 3 roles, which means you need to get better at driving, better at partnering, and better at influencing in ways you may not have had to do before. That makes sense. Any questions on that? Clearing your throat does not constitute a question, so that's totally fair. All right. Oops, and now I don't think my question. Sorry about that. There we go. Okay. This is another piece of grounding information. So, okay, if you cannot control all of the initiatives in a given plan, that means you also probably don't get to control the people that are working on them. So how do you actually work on a plan that you can't manage 100% of directly? The answer is, there's a model for that. We call it collective impact. And collective impact is a model of collaboration for strategic impact work that can happen across organizations and across very long timelines. Collective impact is a model that's been used in a lot of different areas, such as public health or major societal or community change initiatives. And why is that? Well, because when you're talking about moving a really large needle, you need a lot of different people and you need all of their resources. But you also have a structure through which they work so that it stays on track, we can hold ourselves accountable, and we don't just say, yeah, I would really love to see childhood obesity go away. That sounds great. Good luck with that. It doesn't happen by just everyone saying somebody else has got it. In reality, something as big as that, something as big as making our destination more resilient, means we all still have to be accountable in the ways that we are most capable. So starting from the top, a common agenda is the plan. The plan itself sets forth what are all the things we all agree we want to have happen and to be less vulnerable to. That's the common agenda. After that, what are the shared goal areas? Well, within that agenda, we can identify what are we going to get done and by when and how are we going to measure it. We all agree that these are the right measurements. We all agree these are the right activities. Awesome. Then we need to have mutually reinforcing efforts. What does that mean? That means all of the people that are working in the same direction toward that common agenda don't have to be doing the exact same thing, but rather doing things that mutually reinforce the goal itself. So that means if the Department of Transportation is focusing on the things that require roads being built or bike lanes being reinforced or you name it, that reinforces the possibility that we can reduce congestion in a space that allows more visitor flow, a better visitor experience, you name it, right? That's one example. So by creating mutually reinforcing efforts, the accountability is clear. The accountability sits within the areas of focus and skill that are available across organizations and agencies and still mutually reinforce that goal. Governance and communication. Now this is where a great idea goes from being an idea to reality. How are we structured as initiative teams? Who calls us to order? How frequently are we meeting? What are we reporting on? To whom are we reporting? When are we going to adjust our work if our work is not being impactful? It was almost as though it was teed up, that national park conversation was happening before this, right? That 3-year iteration of how do we solve problem A is an example of how do we go about adjusting, determining who's going to do what, how do we report it back out, and how often do we communicate? Without governance and communication, it's just a good idea, right? So a plan with governance, clear, consistent, and accessible communication, you start seeing things come together as a community-wide or even statewide effort. And last but not least, the backbone support organization. I'm not jumping to any conclusions because this is not yet determined, but with initiatives as large as this, both at the local and regional level and at the statewide level, it really is going to need clarity on who is generally the center support organization. Is it a person? Is it one role? Is it multiple roles? Where do they sit? Who do they report to? How are they funded? All of that comes together to say, we have a lot of things we're going to get done. A lot of money is going to be expended to get them done. How are we going to hold ourselves accountable? And how are we going to fund it? How are we going to resource that work? So collective impact is a model that we have seen succeed in destination planning work, but also in other industries and other sectors. Does anyone have any questions on the idea of collective impact? 10, yes. Kidding. So I'm going to hand this over to Jen. So that's sort of the primer. That's the, where did this all start from and what model are we using and where do our ideas collectively come together to create a path to achieving greater resilience. So Jen is going to talk about how this particular project is structured. Ooh, blinding. And go from there. Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, so I'm going to take us from like the 50,000 foot theory down to, the practical. What do we actually do? What do we set out to do? And how do we do it? We've really struggled. How can you take a project as complex as this and make it into one slide with varying results? This is our best attempt to show how all of the different working pieces in this plan are all leveling up in order to create that collective impact. You can see from the sort of starting from the left side and then going down, we start with a statewide discovery process. And that meant doing surveys, doing focus groups, doing town listening sessions, doing interviews, as well as collaborating with research partners who specialize in asset and infrastructure analysis, sustainability analysis, all sorts of different ways of trying to capture where are the Montana regions right now and where do they want to go into the future. And once we did that discovery process, we started to engage planning groups from each of the regions directly. And you can see in more or less this order, this is how we approach the different regions. We're doing it through the summer, and like Dax mentioned, I have a lot of gratitude for our regional leaders and participants in that process because I know that this happened when y'all are really busy. And it was a big ask to ask you to come to the table and to tell us what are your priorities, what is it that you want, and engage in this process. What I think is really special about this, Montana is one of a handful of states that are looking into resiliency planning. But unlike some other states like California, the approach is instead of having the state determine what is going to happen with each of the regions, it was the reverse. The ask was, you all know, because you are situated in different regions, what the priorities are. You have those tight connections to community members, and you're able to lift up and surface their priorities, their thoughts, and wishes. And so in this process, we start with each of the regional planning teams by asking, what do you want for a resiliency plan 20 years into the future? And it's a big ask, especially for many regions that are trying to still promote the region, trying to still get visitation. They're still really at that destination promotion circle. And we're asking, okay, if you had the resources, how would you address some of the challenges? How would you grow 20 years into the future? So each of the regions address this in really honest and intriguing and innovative ways. And so throughout the summer, we did planning with each of the different regions and their planning teams in order to develop these draft plans. But I'm super excited to share some of the overview of those draft plans. But I do want to earmark that they are still very much draft at this point. Over the last month, we've been meeting with regional boards in order to get their feedback, and that's still an open process right now. So as we share some of the results, again, I just want to earmark that this is still draft because we're still soliciting feedback from you all today into the next few days as you digest this information and continue to give us feedback, and especially with the boards. And I also just want to earmark that Glacier County Board has not met yet, and so the information I'll share from their region is especially very much draft and very much in the process of gathering additional feedback. But the planning sessions themselves are complete, and we got a lot of great information. And now we're at this crucial moment where we're able to pivot into the statewide planning process, really translate what are the priorities from each region into how can we as a complete state try to address these challenges and really leverage some of the opportunities that folks have. So through the next few months, we'll be engaged in the statewide planning efforts. And I know Alicia and several other folks on here today are going to be really involved in that process. And so at the end of that process, we'll start talking about, once we have a statewide plan, how are we going to implement it? What kind of community partners do we need to engage in order to make sure that these ideas and these objectives and goals are met in the future? So just stepping back a little bit, this project was really into 3 phases. And our first phase is that statewide discovery process I mentioned, what we call Get Clear. You can see this is a sort of compilation of all the different participants that we engaged. So in the end, it's over 2,500 different people who participated. And I'm just kind of curious in the room, how many of you participated in either a listening session, you took a survey, you were in a planning team, or participated in this information gathering process? Awesome. That's what we hope to see, is that the majority of folks and experts in this room also participate in this process. You can see that there are, again, lots of different ways in which we try to collect information. And what's great is that we not only level up that information to try and see where the patterns, get a heat map of what's important, but also try and provide the raw data so that you can also see how we base our conclusions and how that data might not be used for this process, but also could be leveraged for other efforts that you engage with in the future. Once that Get Clear process was complete, we pivoted to the what we call Get Focus, or the planning process. This is a process that just included with regions and is about to really begin in earnest with our statewide planning team. You can see all of those assessments fed into each of the planning sessions. Regions, we wanted to allow them to decide if they wanted to do these planning sessions in person or virtually. And I just, again, applaud the wisdom of our regional leaders who recognize in some cases they are going to get better participation by just having 3-hour virtual sessions throughout the summer. That was the case for Central and for Yellowstone. And then other regional leaders understood what they really need is to have an all-day in-person session and to do these sessions live, such as the case in Southeast and Southwest. And then Missouri River Country, we did a little bit of both. This shows you what those sessions look like. This is a representation of what a virtual session will look like. We try and replicate the same thing that we would do in person, so virtual sticky notes, trying to collect brainstorming information so that everyone can see, we can be really transparent throughout the process. So folks who couldn't engage in one session could always go back, hear a recording of the session, and participate online. Here's another view of what it looked like in person. So again, same process, using a lot of sticky notes, but for regions who are able to meet in person, this was an opportunity for us to gain some efficiencies by being able to be in the same room with each other. Right? From here, I'm going to pass it back to Sarah to really get into what did we find from each of the different regions.
You want to dance? All right. So not too long ago, I just shared that one slide with 7 circles, right? The 7 dimensions of destination resilience. We're going to take each of them kind of one by one and share some high-level findings across the region. You can see how that analysis actually played out with similarities and differences from region to region in order to get a sense and a feel for what are the issues that are bubbling up to the top in this difference. Right? We all understand that one area of Montana is not the same as another area of Montana, and yet many issues are similar across all of the above. So in the leadership dimension for resilience assessment, these are the 5 big buckets of questions that we are looking for answers to. Right? So what is the nature or level of the trust available between teams and their leaders and among leaders themselves, locally, within a region, and from region to region and up to the state, right? So there's different ways of thinking about what does that mean. What does trust even really mean when it comes to a leader? Well, let's think about how important trust is when things go sideways. If there is a crisis or if there is an emergency, if we are faced with some sort of a disruption, small to large, who do we look to help us figure out what we need to do? Look to our leaders. We need our leaders to have already spent the time building trust with us and trust among others in order to get things done that have to get done. Right? Trust as a concept is kind of esoteric, but trust when it comes to an emergency or a crisis is pretty tangible. Either you trust that your leader is taking the reins and taking you in the right direction, or things don't go very well, right? Communication. What does communication look like at the leadership level and across leaders? How is delegation and how is power sharing playing out? How are people feeling about how that plays out? Risk tolerance and mitigation. So when we know that we are at risk or we are vulnerable to certain disruptions, we have to figure out how do we as leaders actually respond in time, right? And how do we mitigate risk in our everyday experiences? Also, how good are we at engaging influencers? Influencers who determine our ability to succeed as leaders. So when we look at those things, we ask a lot of questions and we analyze a bunch of data. This is what we saw across regions, from region to region. I'm gonna give you a moment, but I am gonna kind of share some of these high-level things out loud. Missouri River Country, based on the leadership analyses, in their plan, they're focusing on building and strengthening their network of tourism stakeholders. So that includes strengthening board engagement. That means connecting with the tribe. That means activating local businesses to support the tourism industry and not necessarily point fingers and not engage. And in building interest in tourism among youth and residents to ensure a lasting pool of talent. That gets at a lot. That speaks of workforce, that speaks of talent development, that speaks of engagement, participation, and advocacy. Southeast Montana's board is highly engaged, and that model could serve as a model for other regions that are looking to strengthen their board engagement. Stronger relationships with state agencies, brand MC, and collaboration with other regions are a priority for Southeast. Most of the regions expressed a desire to connect with and work collaboratively with the indigenous tribes in their area, and Yellowstone Country in particular places importance on increasing diversity in its economy and ensuring access to training and career paths. Glacier Country is planning to leverage its leadership in the region to collaborate more deeply with local government to increase resident engagement and communication. Central Montana's board is planning to continue to strengthen its representation from rural communities while they balance their board engagement and participation as well. In Southwest Montana, their plan demonstrates a commitment to leading the region in expanding data collection and evaluation to bolster their capacity for data-driven decision-making. Now, to be clear, all of these ladder up to the ability to lead and strengthening leadership and the bonds of leadership across a lot of different factors. But you'll notice these are different areas of focus for each region, right? And that doesn't mean they're not also focusing on things other regions are focusing on. But it's important to kind of understand and see what's different about each region. The regional leadership and the local CVB leadership are all at different phases of their work. When you go back to that concentric circle diagram, depending on where you are, that convention and visitor bureau or that destination organization may have been doing this longer. The person leading it might have more experience. They might have a completely different set of stakeholder needs and interests. And as a result, the way you lead is very different. I'm going to stop here and ask if there are any questions, because this is kind of the first of 7 that we'll go through like this. In the leadership dimension, when we look at the regional, some of the regional focus areas and differences, does anybody have any questions or want more clarity? Okay, that's great. Jen, you want to take the next one?
Team and talent. And so in this category, one of the major focuses of this category is really thinking about workforce. And so this is something that was really critically important in all of the discussions with each of the regions. Part of it also talks about the internal teams for each region. So what is the culture? What are the animating values for each of the different regions that help tell us who this organization is and what it wants? What kind of engagement do you have with staff or with the board? You know, how innovative can you be as a team based on some constraints that each region faces, as well as some opportunities that each region pointed out? What kind of bench strength do you have? How can you increase that bench strength in order to have a robust workforce? And then, of course, what kind of skills and capacities do each of the regions need to build in order to strengthen their resilience? And so we know that by and large, each of the regions is struggling with workforce development, but the way in which that plays out is very different. So for Central, Missouri River Country, Southwest, and Southeast, it's really the ability to draw from a strong workforce to enable that tourism growth. So for these regions, it's a lot about how do we activate locals, how do we activate people already living in our region to participate in the workforce. One of the other textures is that in some of these regions, there's a really high regard for tourism work. And that is somewhat unusual across the country. Lots of folks hold a belief that tourism jobs don't pay well, or that's, you know, not a job for the future. But in these regions, you do have folks who have worked in the industry and have a really positive regard. So the idea is to leverage that positive sentiment to get more people interested in tourism workforce and understanding how that can be a career. You know, when we dial in a little bit, Missouri River Country and Southeast stakeholders express some concern that they have some brain drain, that the folks are not staying within the region once they graduate from college. So their priority was really how do we work with young people in order to show them what a dynamic and interesting career that tourism can really be. For Yellowstone and Glacier, because of the high seasonal patterns that they each experience, some of the ideas that came up was how do we leverage outside workforce in order to meet the demands of our seasonal employees. Some great ideas came out of these discussions, how to, again, both leverage outside workforce as well as how to increase the skills and capacity of the workforce that exists already within these regions. This is something I hope that we continue to unpack because I know it's a big issue facing Montana and a big issue facing lots of places in the country. So let me take a step back and just see any questions, any thoughts about team and talent.
So the next dimension of destination resilience is community and stakeholders. So when we look at and compile analyses, what we're looking for to identify areas of growth include how much of a variety of partners, you know, are you actually working with? How diverse are your partners? Diverse is a big word. It means a lot of different things to a lot of people. But when we talk about diversity of partnerships, we need to think about how do we need to redefine the types of stakeholders and partnerships we need in order to achieve greater resilience, okay? Does that mean we've always thought of tourism stakeholders as narrowly defined businesses that work in hosting visitors? That could be diversified as a definition. So what is our definition of stakeholder in our local community, in our region, and across the state? And therefore, how do we think of tourism as being an industry that includes a lot more stakeholders that contribute to its success or affect its ability to succeed? Types of collaboration, meaning if in tourism, we as a tourism entity or organization have collaborations where the relationship is always, we have the grant money, we give you the grant money, or we are the CVB, the destination organization, and we do the marketing, that's narrowly defining the types of collaborations and partnerships. Instead, what would it look like if multiple different businesses collaborated together and thought of a way to improve how their products and services could move people geographically through a region? Well, that is non-traditional, maybe in some cases, but if we think differently about how collaborations look and think about the power structures that usually drive collaborations, you can start to see opportunities to change the way that works. How aware are our different stakeholders of the impact of tourism? How aware are residents of the positive impacts of tourism, not just economic impact? In 2020, for a while there, we saw what happens when visitors stop coming. Our small businesses, our restaurants, our communities, we wouldn't have the same amenities, right? How well are we communicating the awareness of the impacts of tourism? What is resident sentiment towards tourism or toward visitors? And what are we going to do about improving those experiences and moving the needle? How are we managing community engagement in development of community assets and in planning of community assets? How often are we asking or reporting back? And how broadly based are our sources of support? Or are we highly dependent on primarily the same places for either advocacy or dollars or permission or whatever those things are? So when we look at those, this is where we land and where the regions landed on community and stakeholders. In Missouri River Country, stakeholders demonstrated through their data and their feedback that tourism can play a larger role in their community and can bring more to their local economy. They're passionate about supporting their local businesses, right? And tourism development in Missouri River Country, they want to see it be done in balance with their beloved small town experience and community, right? So defining community and stakeholders' sense of balance means how much do we grow and in what ways can we grow before we upset that balance. Preserving the unique feel of their communities is a key guardrail for tourism development in Southeast Montana, and maintaining a pulse on resident concerns and interests through community engagement and data is a priority for Southeast as well as Yellowstone Country. Both Southwest and Central Montana regions identified stronger ways to communicate with residents and key stakeholders to better understand their needs and challenges while continuing to communicate the positive impact of tourism in the region. And Glacier Country plans to continue to build its organizational capacity to engage with regional stakeholders while they leverage new data sources to track resident sentiment. So a few things kind of play out in here, right? When you think about who is your community, who are your stakeholders, and how are you redefining who you're speaking to, how you're engaging those different audiences, that played out in some pretty interesting ways across the region. Ongoing resident engagement, sentiment tracking, working on managing and improving that sentiment comes up in nearly every instance. And there's another thing that I thought was kind of interesting. It's the piece of the communication, right? If in the past, a destination organization's primary audiences were visitors in order to communicate, to come here, participate here, spend money here, enjoy our place, it's a wonderful place. We're now talking about completely different audiences and completely different communication channels. And there's work associated with that, right? We have to figure out how to do that differently, what resources and skills and tools might we need in order to do that well, and move in the direction we want to move in. Are there any thoughts or comments on that? Nathan, I saw you yawn. Okay, it wasn't a yawn. That was just more oxygen to the brain, so we can. All right, that sounds great. Yeah.
I'll ask you a question.
Yes.
Just out of curiosity, in the stakeholder portion, are volunteers included in that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. So that's a really great question. Volunteers are actually a major piece of the workforce in tourism, right? When we think about who are our best advocates when a visitor comes into our community, it's either formally the people who volunteer, whether it's at a visitor center or in the community, but also residents are kind of automatically the volunteer representatives of a destination. So what we have to think about is, what are people actually experiencing when they come to our communities? It's all of the people they interact with, not just the people who see themselves as the tourism industry. So yeah, and volunteers as a major portion of the workforce is a consideration as well, how to leverage volunteerism and how to better train in volunteer situations too. Any other questions? Great. Okay. Ben, your turn.
About visitors, of course, because we can't talk about tourism resilience without also thinking about visitors. So one of the key ways that organizations become more resilient is that they diversify the visitors who are coming into their market. So creating a destination that feels inclusive, that is welcoming to all, and is thoughtful about trying to bring in a broader base of visitors is an important characteristic of a resilient organization. I'm also, of course, thinking about seasonality, and I know that that's something that you all think about a lot. How do you bring in folks during the winter into the shoulder seasons when you have a drop in tourism? I'm also thinking about, once you have a visitor in market, how are you able to best manage their behavior, manage their expectations once or so, making sure that they know how to respect the environment, how to respect the culture and unique characteristics of the towns that they're in, is also an important part of the work of a resilient organization. And then, of course, how are you able to increase capacity for gathering data about the types of visitors who are coming, and then leverage that data to make improvements? And so in our work with the region's Missouri River Country stakeholders, really noted the need for more product development, for more funding for increasing the number of assets that they have to draw visitors in. A lot of the stakeholders mentioned that because hunting and outdoor recreation is such a key driver, what other kinds of assets could that region build in order to attract a diverse audience of visitors? I'm also thinking about in Yellowstone country, stakeholders wanted to make sure that we kept expanding the types of activities that might draw people in, so that it's not only the park, not only outdoor recreation, but also other kinds of culture and heritage assets that are in the region or could be developed into the region. Accommodations were a big issue that was discussed in Southeast Montana. So thinking about how can we increase lodging diversity, how can we increase accommodations throughout the region instead of only in those concentrated, more urban areas. Southwest Montana also places an importance on some of the investments that might make their region more accessible to all people, no matter what their ability is. For Central Montana, they would like to continue to drive their visitation to the destination by really thinking about not only increasing some of the new assets to the region, but also developing some new itineraries so that folks know once they're in Central Montana how to stay in Central Montana and really bring together all the different assets that are there into one itinerary. And finally, Glacier Country identified an ongoing need to continue to disperse visitors, especially the seasonality of visitors throughout the region, in order to protect Glacier National Park and several of their other mature outdoor assets. Any questions or comments or thoughts about visitor resilience?
Maybe the only minority in this room. I think it's important, just my own business, I would say in my business at Glacier Park, 99% of my customers are Caucasian, and it would be interesting on how to draw other races into Montana, you know, and what's keeping them out. You know, maybe, you know, Glacier Park in Montana is a place for everybody, not just, you know, a certain group of people.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And maybe that means partnering with like the Black Travel Alliance, or maybe it means partnering with other organizations to really understand if visitors don't see themselves as in the activities that are offered in Montana, how can we continue to attract diverse visitors, and how can we continue to showcase how they are welcome in our communities. And also, like Sarah mentioned, when we're talking about diversity, it's partially talking about how to increase racial diversity, but also thinking about age, thinking about income levels, thinking about all the different ways in which our visitors have plurality of identities. And so when we mention this, a lot of times we are trying to hit it, you know, are folks feeling welcome when they come here? But in other cases, we're really thinking about how can we think expansively about bringing all sorts of different folks into the region. Yeah. I had a quick, sorry, I didn't hear you. I just had a quick question. It says regional insights by visitors. Is this, did you survey visitors to get this information, or this is just what the regions think that they need? This is the roll-up of all of it. So this is not only insights from visitors. So we did do a lot of work with our partners, destination analysts, in trying to talk to visitors, try to get geolocation data from visitors, as well as how the regions themselves digested that information and then created some priorities from. Okay, thanks. Also, I'm Megan with ITRR. Oh, awesome. Yes. And of course, your research is. Have the mic out there. No, just kidding. All right.
I was just going to say, to add to the answer, though, I know on the top it says regional insights by visitors. When we're referring to this, all 7 of these are referring to the 7 dimensions of resilience, and this is the visitor dimension of resilience. There were visitor research points that rolled into the overall analysis. Does that make sense? So it's not the source of the insights specifically here, but visitors were involved in the insights that created these outputs. Thank you. Okay, got it. Oh, I get the mic now? Thank you. Thank you for asking that question. I'm glad you clarified. That actually is something, it's sort of challenging because when we're talking about increasing resilience, we have to think about how we increase resilience with the lever of visitors, right? Visitors is a category of work that we can work on. Actually, we have maybe more influence in the visitor category than in some of the others, right? Because we often are the channel to the communications. Any other questions before we move on from this? Yeah.
You know, I think one of the things is starting to stand out is the differentiation between Missouri River and Southeast Montana and the other regions because of the dynamics of the visitor. I think the dynamics of the visitor tend to change as they go into the more populated areas. Their comfort zone is, you know, somebody out there brought up the idea of why is there not so much diversity? It's a scary place for somebody who's lived in a 3-block corridor his whole life to come out and be able to look and not see another building or anything. It's frightening. And I think they gain comfort as they get closer to more buildings, more people, and things like that. So I think that's probably one of the biggest challenges is we have to build a comfort level in our areas to accommodate the needs of our visitors. You know, they can only do so much wide open space, and then they start getting nervous. And it's like, it's getting dark. Shouldn't we be going home? It's like, nothing's going to happen. Yeah, we can if you want, but I think that's a big key to this also, as far as the visitors.
Yeah, that's a great insight. And that showed up in quite a few different data points, right? Depending on who depending on the visitor type and their activity of preference, when we speak of things in terms of how do we improve our resilience in terms of visitors, we have to imagine what would it look like if our primary source of visitors in many regions of Montana are very highly skilled outdoors people, or people who have a lot of experience being in wide open spaces, or very clearly want to go to a national park. What happens when that visitor isn't visiting at the same rate and you need to supplement it with a different type of visitor? What types of activities, what types of access points, what types of education would you need to put in place in order for other people to feel comfortable in these areas, right? It's a big answer. It's not an easy solution. But when you start thinking about stepwise activities that you can do to reduce that gap, you start thinking about what's possible in terms of inviting people who are not your typical visitor to a given region, right? What you're great at offering to a visitor should still be what you're great at offering to a visitor. This is not about turning Montana into a place that isn't Montana, or your particular region or your particular destination into something that it is not. Instead, it's what do we have and how can we apply that in new ways so that we are less reliant on how things are today. If we look at it that way, we can filter through and say, well, we could try this. And that certainly is more than not trying anything at all. That's the name of the game with resilience, right? Resilience is the opposite of vulnerability. How do we reduce our vulnerability to changes in visitation patterns? Imagine, how do we change ahead of it, right? Okay. Assets and infrastructure. This is a doozy of a category, okay? It's like saying all of your built infrastructure and all of your intangible assets all in one big bucket, okay? But when we're looking at improving resilience for our assets and infrastructure, we look at these 7 categories. One is, what is the infrastructure? What do you have? And that we're able to assess by actually looking at an infrastructure assessment. There was a deep dive analysis in each of the 6 regions on what is the built infrastructure, what is the connectivity of that infrastructure, what is missing, where are the gaps, where are the opportunities. And that analysis lives and exists and is useful even outside of this planning functionality, right? Accessibility is also its own really big category. We're not just talking about curb cuts for wheelchairs. We're also talking about, well, how hard is it to figure out how to get a parking pass to a park? How hard is it for someone who is older and doesn't use technology in the same way to navigate a complicated app? How accessible is information when there is no broadband or Wi-Fi? Like that, there are a lot of different categories to imagine and opportunities to address, right? Maintenance. What happens when we have really amazing things that were fantastic in the 50s and haven't necessarily been kept up? What do we do about that? How diverse are the experiences themselves? Meaning, if all we do is attract people who are worth 7 figures and who want to have a single guide with them to do amazing fly fishing, what happens when there aren't as many of those visitors coming? What are we relying on? Or natural resources. How are we protecting them? How are we managing and maintaining them? And what are the community amenities? Things that maybe primarily residents value, but also create a great place to visit. So here's a bit of a roll-up in that category. Missouri River Country's large geography and status as an emerging destination highlights the need for improvements to transportation infrastructure, particularly improved road conditions and wayfinding, and visitor facilities. Growth will need to be supported by affordable housing stock for hospitality workers. Certain infrastructure investments like broadband access, cellular coverage, well-maintained roads, and wayfinding are high priorities for central and southeast Montana and are important factors in a visitor's sense of safety while traveling. Exactly the point you were speaking earlier as well, right? Both Southeast and Yellowstone Country cited rail as an important transportation opportunity, and Glacier Country will be continuing to improve access to key tourism assets while partnering with local partners to advocate for infrastructure improvement funding. You can see a pretty big span of focus areas here. from destinations that kind of fall more into the maturing destination in terms of how infrastructure has been built or is maintained or is connected in the more developed areas versus regions of the state that are reliant on more wide open spaces and less connectivity. Any questions on this one? Yes. Yeah. This one should be Southwest, correct? Thank you.
That was my question. What is Southwest?
And the answer is you're absolutely right. This one's Southwest.
For those online who couldn't see you pointing, could you please?
The second from the last bullet should read both Southwest Montana and Yellowstone Country cited rail as an important transportation opportunity. Any other questions or want to point out errors in front of everybody? Just kidding. Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Okay. Markham.
So this is obviously still something that you all think critically about all the time through all aspects of your work. But when we're talking about resiliency in marketing and communication, again, one of the key ways is a diversification and a variety of channels. So how can you broaden the reach that you have? How can you be innovative in the ways that you're communicating with visitors, especially to meet their need and to get ahead of the innovative technology that visitors are increasingly using to understand and to plan their trip to your destination. I'm also thinking about the risk tolerance as an organization. What kind of thoughts, what kind of theories, and what kind of orientation to risk do you have in your communication strategy? Thinking about the budget flexibility. This was a big point that a lot of regions really wanted to discuss is, you know, if our funding is really constricted and the way in which we're spending our funding on marketing communication is restricted, that doesn't allow us to grow into being resilient destinations. Thinking critically about crisis readiness and emergency preparedness. How do we communicate with our visitors and even our residents when they're in market and we have something like a natural disaster, something that we need to communicate really clearly and really effectively? How can we build that capacity? I'm also thinking about brand consistency and relatability. How can we make sure that in each of the regions there's an identifiable brand and that all of the parts of that region, all of the cities, all of the DMOs are consistent with articulating that brand? Okay, and so in more emerging destinations like Missouri River Country or Southeast Montana, they still need that primary focus on marketing in order to build destination awareness and visitation. Sometimes having limited funding resources restricts their marketing reach and frequency and leave them little room for additional necessary messaging, such as encouraging responsible recreation or cultural etiquette. For Yellowstone Country and Central, they want to focus on developing stronger crisis communication, and especially those collaborative relationships with emergency managers, with emergency services to make sure that they can communicate and collaborate effectively. Southwest Montana is focused on growing their brand and increasing the adoption of a consistent brand by their local CBDs so that there's one message and one voice. In Glacier Country, will continue to support and market individual Indigenous-owned businesses in addition to showcasing events on the Blackfeet and Flathead Reservation. Any questions or thoughts about marketing and communication resilience?
Moving right along. Moving right along. All right, funding. This one is the fun one. Because it is nearly always the topic of conversation in any room talking about tourism in any destination that I have ever worked within. And that is either it's not enough or it's constrained or it's not flexible enough or I can't use it places I need it. And that's reality. We understand that. But sometimes we have an opportunity to move levers to improve our ability to be resilient in case one source of funding or multiple sources of funding are no longer available to us. So how do we find a greater variety and how do we diversify the sources of funding that are available to us? And we have to think about what does that look like at the local level, the regional level, and the statewide level. And this does not necessarily mean formal funding. It could be informal funding. It could be different types of funding partners. It could be private sector funding. There are all sorts of different ways to think about how we fund tourism growth, infrastructure advancement, and support. The flexibility of funding allocation, again, local, regional, and statewide. How do we make it so that we can use it or should be able to deploy it in interesting ways? I like to use this example, having been a state tourism secretary during the time of a global pandemic. For nearly a month, we as an organization, as a state agency, were not able to communicate anything at all to anyone. Now, a lot of places we're dealing with this in different ways, because statutorily, we are only allowed to communicate with visitors for the purposes of visiting the state. So in a time of crisis, the Department of Tourism, which frankly had most channels of communication available of all of the agencies, was unable to communicate anything at all, right? The funding itself was a limitation. The way we were able to deploy that funding limited our ability to act. So when we think about how those structures and limitations play out, we haven't necessarily thought of all the ways it could go wrong. It's well-intentioned when it's built. Doesn't necessarily behave flexibly when we need it to. Access, structure of funding access, and scope of funding control. How does that play out? Well, in each of the regions, they have some interesting takes on this. In some regions, the model in which they receive a share of their lodging use tax may not match the level of actual visitation occurring. So visitors to Missouri River Country are more likely than the other regions to visit and stay overnight in other regions. The result is that fewer visitors contribute to the lodging taxes that fund that region. An interesting challenge. Southeast Montana's share of lodging facility use taxes have been declining over the past few years, and the proportion of statewide lodging facility use taxes collected in Southeast also has remained slightly below the proportion of visitor spending occurring in the region in recent years. Yellowstone Country stakeholders point out that lodging tax revenue doesn't cover certain expenses brought by visitors, such as emergency services, and the burden is left to the local communities. And Central and Southwest identified a need to grow their staff to increase organizational capacity to implement destination stewardship initiatives. So funding to hire people, right? So these insights came from all of those sources of data. Any questions about this? Any comments? Righty. So what does that all mean? Very clearly, we did not cover every insight or every data point or all of the plans and initiatives quite yet. But what we wanted to do was share with you what we saw the themes to actually be in the planning work across all of the regions. It's a nice short list. Because here's where the so what part comes in. So we've done all of these things. We've gathered all of this data. These insights have been discussed. Plans have been developed within each of the 6 tourism regions. Those plans are going to need some support. Potentially new programs, potentially new funding sources, potentially new partners, different participation, ongoing reporting, different data sources, right? But these are the things that we saw come up in basically every region. Let's start from the top left. All of the regions are looking for a shared vision for the future of tourism. All of them are struggling with workforce. In some instances, in all instances, it's capacity. Some called out training, perception of the career itself, and support services available for workers as being issues. Resident sentiment and resident engagement in tourism and community planning came up in every region. Collaboration comes up again and again and again. And frankly, this is, I believe, based on some of the work we've done, not just across this state, but in other places as well, tourism and others outside of tourism who don't think of themselves as being part of tourism are now starting to say and realize that it actually requires participation across formerly traditional lines of tourism. So collaboration at the local, regional, interregional, and statewide level came up in every plan. Product development and maintenance came up in all plans, including agritourism, lodging, and transportation, among others. Wayfinding came up in every instance. So that means both built infrastructure wayfinding and other alternative wayfinding. Could be digital, for example. Visitor management and distribution came up, and that could be in the context of geographic through and within a region, across regions, from region to region, and seasonality, among other things. What do we do when they're here? How do we move them from a place when they are? What do we need to tell them when they're here? And communicating with visitors in market is very different from telling them to come here 6 months prior when they're planning their vacation. Readiness for an attraction of a more varied visitor demographic. We spoke about this. That is a wide variety of definitions. Accessibility of facilities and experiences, whether we're talking about people with mobility issues or other disabilities, or frankly, accessibility to the information, or accessibility by price to specific places and experiences. Housing availability and affordability, leverage of data and technology, protection of land, heritage, and culture, organizational capacity, broader stakeholder involvement, including tribal representation, came up in all regions, brand consistency and awareness, flexible funding, local business support, and emergency and crisis preparedness and communication. So all of the plans from all of the regions touch on all of these things in one way or another. So this is where we do less of the talking and more of the question asking. One of the reasons we wanted to come and be able to prepare this and share this with the Tourism Advisory Committee and all of the attendees in the room is to say, it's at this point in time where the regions have said, thank you for the opportunity to decide what we need. Now we need your help to do those things. So I asked the opening question, first of the TAC and then to the rest of the community members here too. How do we go about helping them do these things? Very big question. Where would we start? What are your initial thoughts when you see this list?
Daunting.
That's what we heard, one word, daunting, okay? See this?
I can't believe how you guys organized that many thoughts into that short of a list, being involved in the meetings just a couple of times.
Neither can we. No, just
yeah, so yeah, overwhelming. Different word for Jones, daunting.
Okay. Alicia, what do you think of when you see this list and we think about how are we going to solve for this?
Collaboration. And really looking at what we can. Well, there's nothing easy on here, or it would have been done if these weren't still emerging themes. You know, I have been put on the spot right now, and so I'm going to pass to Mike, who's never for a loss of words. You're welcome, Mike.
That sounded like a compliment, I'm sure. Again, the words overwhelming and sophisticated come to mind, but there's really only one way to eat an elephant, and that's one bite at a time. So prioritize these things and then take one bite at a time.
Great.
Kind of what I said earlier about collaboration. I think a lot of people in here are obviously in the tourism industry, and then they probably have good ideas about how we can solve these. I looked at the workforce capacity and instantly I thought, you know, like for my seasonal jobs, I would say 100% of my employees come out of state. And how do they find my place? We have search engines like Indeed or CoolWorks or whatnot, but they can be cost prohibitive. And like CoolWorks is for jobs near the parks, but there's jobs like in eastern Montana, it's not really close to a park, or I mean, and maybe our different regions, Glacier County or country, whatever, we can create a place where people can apply and see what jobs are in different regions, and that is more cost effective for not only the applicant, but for me as well, because I don't know if any of you guys use Indeed, but it's expensive. It's really expensive.
Right. Yeah. Those are great examples. Yeah, Alicia.
So I heard from the audience, how the Senate Bill 540 that we heard, right? I heard from someone will help us with some of these, but I'd love to hear from Saber and Paul online too, our board members online.
Yep. Let's patch to the space station. Okay.
Hello, Saber here. Having been involved in this process, I am so thankful that and this is kind of ironic, but I'm so thankful I was able to be involved in person versus online, which of course I'm involved in now. It just really led to some amazing conversations and really kept us grounded in the region and in looking statewide. So I'm excited to see the results from everybody else, but also to see the areas that we overlapped. And like has been said before, I think the key, of course, is going to be collaboration, eating the elephant one bite at a time, but also playing to our strengths in the different regions and the areas that we've heard earlier today.
Great. Thank you for that. And who else do we have online? Paul? Paul, do you have any thoughts or reactions to seeing these themes from statewide planning? He might be out of the ship doing a spacewalk at the moment, so that's okay. Well, so I'd love to ask the audience, ask other participants, what other than kind of what you've heard here, are there any things that show up on this list that you weren't expecting? So by process of elimination, this list isn't a surprise because these are the issues that many of you are dealing with locally in your communities already, right? Is it at all surprising that all of the regions are also dealing with many of the same issues? Now, also not a surprise, I'm saying no and shaking, right? Okay. Okay. Well, there are two good things that come out of that kind of unanimity. We landed in the right spots, great. But what, if anything, is missing from this list that you would have expected to see on this list? And perhaps it has come up, but maybe did not come up in all regions. So are there any things, any gaps that you're not seeing on this list that you would have expected to see?
Sarah Bannon, and we found that daycares, lack of daycares is a huge issue.
Yeah, that's a great point. And while daycare is not named in this, that absolutely comes up in support services. So daycare did come up in some regions as a specific need, but so did things like housing access, other categories of worker support services, with daycare being one of them. So child care services and child care support. Yeah, Randy.
Introducing myself again, Brandy from Glacier National Park. I see your second bullet for workforce capacity training, career perception, and support services. Does that bullet include seasonal employee housing availability in the state of Montana, as well as housing for potential workforce?
That particular can, but we also talk about housing availability and affordability in this bullet. So both, I would say, between that bullet and this bottom bullet on the left side does speak to housing kind of as its own nut to crack, right? And housing can mean for workforce. So workforce housing is one category, but housing in general for communities. Maybe they aren't tourism workforce, but instead we're talking about cost of living housing challenges and community access to housing challenges, simply because the growth of popularity of destinations pushes up. We all know how this works, right? Yeah.
And a few of them we saw infrastructure development and transportation development.
Yeah, absolutely.
Won't see those here.
Oh, I see. Well, okay. So When we rolled these up, we see transportation and lodging as product development. So when product development is a very, very broad phrase for maybe you need some public transportation, and that's a product, and it might come through a different agency, but you're absolutely right. So when we think of product development, we think about what might a new attraction or experience be, or what already exists but is not set up to host or capture economic impact of visitors, right? Or in the lodging category or even agritourism category, what might be in the way of being able to create products or in-person experiences. Examples from other places, and I know some challenges to things like licensing can create issues there, but in some destinations it might be that, oh, we would like to create an experience for visitors to come to our goat farm and pet goats and see how goat cheese is made. Well, not if the, current laws and policies and licenses don't allow for that type of business to happen. So when we talk about product development, it isn't simply, oh, we need someone who wants to create a new experience. It's what is the process through which that experience might be able or not able to be created. The complexity of that. It might need legislation, it might need licensing, it might need different. Yeah.
Rachel Mullen.
Yes, Rachel.
Again, I'll throw something at you that I feel like maybe isn't up there. How about just education in general for residents and visitors, which seems to be an issue on both sides. So we've got sentiment and engagement. That's not necessarily education. And from a recent visit with Missoula, I understand that maybe it's a lot of our residents that aren't treating our places how we want them to be treated.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, good point. This could go further than based on what you were just saying, right? So this summary bullet probably doesn't go as far as what you just shared. And yes, communication with residents and other stakeholders is key. Yeah.
Maria Porchavina from the Butte CVB TBID. It's probably up there and my glasses are blurry, but I know we spoke a lot about public lands. Is that up there somewhere?
Public lands in what way? Meaning access to or protection of or creation of? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I believe we did talk, we absolutely heard about protection of natural resources and land. Protection of land, heritage, and culture, right? But you're specifically talking about public lands, and that is an important subset or specific category, yes. All right, Rachel's getting her steps in
Maria
today.
again. Especially when you look at, there's limitations.
Yeah.
And we need to be aware of that.
Right. It did come up in quite a few discussions, the need to be able to preserve private land and protect and limit access to private land, while also doing the most we can to protect public land and access to public land in appropriate ways. So yeah.
Hi, I'm Pat Hollenstergar, Tourism Data Analyst for Brand MT. And I just wondering if you could flesh out the bullet point about brand consistency and awareness. Is that an issue of like different destinations within a region not having, seeming conflicting marketing, or just speak to that a little more?
Yeah, happy to. It came up in different ways in different regions. So in some regions, their goal for brand consistency and awareness is focused on converging and sharing awareness from a regional standpoint, because some of the CVBs and destinations themselves have limitations on resources for doing it themselves, right? So finding ways and synergies and collaboration to ensure there is brand consistency and can improve awareness to drive visitation, that's one. And in other regions, it isn't that there's a challenge with brand consistency in the region. They have CVBs with very clear identities and a region with very clear identities, and probably stronger resource availability, but building awareness of the differences of those communities within a region. So that's one layer at the regional level. Then it's a question of from region to region and community to community? How consistent is the brand for Montana? And how aware are people of the Montana brand, which translates into their ability to do their job at the local level, right? So it kind of goes in a bunch of different directions. The plans, each of the regional plans themselves speak specifically about the work they want to do in brand and awareness building and promotion in that category, and they are kind of different from region to region. Is there anyone from one of the regions that wants to comment on how that has played out in their own region? Sure, great. Mm-hmm.
I'm Jenna Bolts. I'm with Glacier Country Tourism. Yeah, I've definitely seen it as we've engaged with different communities with brand consistency, and specifically in one community where there wasn't a cohesive brand, and in this particular community, they were looking to attract a workforce. So it was dual purpose, that they wanted to obviously have visitors stop in and enjoy their town, but also to have that consistency so that the workforce for teachers and healthcare would also be enticed to stay. So I've seen that in a few different places, but also that awareness component as well, where they are in need of, you know, tourism or workforce, and so just being able to get that voice out there. So great example. Thank you. Anyone want to add anything from their own perspective from another region? I think that's a great way of demonstrating kind of it plays out in a different way. And the example you gave, Jenna, is, yeah, and Racine, your own. Jenna's example played out in both workforce attraction, but also visitor attraction. Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Racine with Glacier Country Tourism. I think I can speak from our region is that all the CVBs, well, not quite, we still have a couple of people we need to onboard, but they serve on the Glacier Country Board, which means that we try to collaborate in terms of what our brand is. But in terms of brand, it is not how it looks and feels. It's really about the messaging and the intent behind it. So it may not look the same, but the message is the same.
Great. Thank you for sharing that. It's a great perspective. So thank you all for your consideration and your thoughtful commentary on this. Obviously, when the first words out of our mouths or our first feelings are a little bit overwhelmed, it is a big nut to crack. And the good news is that's actually what this process was designed to do. This isn't meant to say, wow, we've got so much work to do, this is terrible. But instead, because what we're doing is planning to be more resilient, this process is designed by its very nature to identify areas where strengthening is possible, right? So the goal of this planning process is to identify areas where some strengths may exist in some places and can be leveraged where it isn't as strong. And in general, how do we collectively leverage resources to improve our resilience in all of these categories, right? So now we know what the nut is. Then it's a question of, for each, what are the varying solutions, who are the partners, and what are the potential solutions to each? What I think we were also going to ask is, of the TAC and of the room, first I was going to share, so in each of the regional plans themselves, the imperatives, or the largest category of work that has to get done, is generally the place where we start. And then we say, what are the tasks, what are the initiatives, the projects we are willing to take on in 5 years, 10 years, and 20 years in order to crack this nut in the region. And the region determined these are the things we want to take on, and we're committed to taking on. Collectively, when we take all 6 plans, that means it's a question for how do we at the statewide level develop a plan that helps crack the nuts that are most shared, or that can solve for the most challenges. When we think about how some of these nuts have to get cracked, we often first think about who else needs to be at the table to help us solve these problems. So I would love to ask openly, when you look at some of these and you think of the ones that feel most daunting, who do you believe needs to be at the table? Who do we need to be engaging that might not be in this room or might not think of themselves as involved in tourism? Yeah. Rachel, this is where your work's going to get really interesting.
Director Osterman, I kind of want to ask you a question, or maybe, I don't know if it's a question or statement or what, but it would seem to me where in small towns where we wear more than one hat, I'm the EDC guy too. It looks to me like this really needs to be shared if we're going to do any partnerships whatsoever in your scheme, which it sounds like from what you said this morning we are going to. I think this is something that needs to be shared with them because they play a big part in it too if we're going to dovetail off one another. These are all, everything that I've heard so far plays to both crowds. I'm wondering if maybe that isn't something that you can do because it's easier. You know, when you're at the top, it's easier to drop the bombs than when you're on the bottom, you know. So maybe that might be something you'd give a thought to.
Yes, thank you. So just in response, first of all, there's the good news and the bad news is there's really nothing new up here that we haven't sat down and sort of tried to confront as we went through 540 and the development of that legislation, et cetera. But secondarily, we've called for, and I've been an advocate of trying to say, look, we're all in this one together. It's not about each individual region kind of doing their own thing. How can we share whatever it is, expenses? How can we share ideas? How can we work together collaboratively? And that includes the economic development community because they're also involved in development in their area, and tourism, especially in certain areas, is a significant part of the economy. So, from my standpoint, I think just as we're doing, and as Jenny mentioned earlier, we're trying to get our agency as a whole to work so that we have community, housing, brand MT, business MT, all working as a whole. Because, if you believe that a rising tide lifts all boats, we have to be able to look across any and all communities to be able to say, it's not just about, hey, this is a great tourism community, let's do something there. Because the offset to that is really how do we build something that's consistent and predictable and an annual, if you will, economic growth in an area that doesn't have the seasonality, that doesn't, and it takes business to be able to sort of sort some of that out, and something that's consistent. So we look at small manufacturing, we look at all these other types of things that can be a base of employment that helps with those situations. So if we don't take an integrated approach and we stay siloed, we're going to still stay, in my mind, we're going to stay exactly where we've been, which is everybody just doing their own thing, and we're not really accomplishing for Montana as a whole and for all the regions and the individual communities as a whole what we can.
Thank you for sharing that, weighing in. Back to Brandy.
Hi, everyone. Brandy from Glacier National Park, a federal agency, mind you. And so I'm hearing you say, how do we crack the nut at the state level? And so I'm
at the federal level.
So
Brandy's offering to crack the nut. I'm sorry, did I put words in your mouth?
But I'm also looking at this data sheet provided by your ITRR team. Thank you. This is very informational, by the way, if you haven't really read through it. And so you're asking who should be at the table, who may or may not be in this room. And so I'm seeing top sites in Montana visited by non-residents, which include 2 national parks, a state park, hot springs, and ghost towns, which I'm really excited to see ghost towns, by the way. But these are the kind of people who are influenced, like somebody from these organizations, just one person, if they were able to come and communicate and collaborate, like those are the kind of people who you should be engaging or hoping to engage with. And so, reiterate again, I'm really excited to be here because this, just looking at this paper, it's really like, okay, the people who are looking to come visit us, we are influencing their decision to come here. So really, really important, I think.
Thank you for that, Brandy. In light of your comment, so I do want to point out, and I think we probably made this clear, I hope we made it clear in previous comments, those people that you've mentioned have been absolutely engaged in this process to give input. What we're now talking about is not just input going into planning, but input into executing the plan as well. So yes, your point is still taken. That participation shifts from sharing opinions to sharing resources. And that's the point in time when theory turns into action, right? So thank you for that. I see you.
When I think of players that need to be involved, so many levels, there's just the non-obvious to me. Local city government leaders need to be engaged at multiple different levels, including public works directors or potentially even further down into city and local government. Maybe some city council members or some county board members, certainly tribal leaders and the engagement at the tribal level. Less obvious to me, but I think critical, are representation from the banking community, from the lending area, to make sure that they're thinking about tourism as an industry, and then real estate and other real estate agents and developers who are talking about how our lands can best be used.
They're great examples. Thank you so much for sharing that. And those examples are among the many categories of participants that will be necessary to make these plans at the regional level and the statewide plan happen at the state level, turning that into reality. So thank you so much for your thoughts on that. I'm very aware of our timing, and what I want to do is actually use the remainder of our time and maybe a couple of few minutes that we can give back to you, put it back in the bank somehow, is do a shout out to each of the 6 regions on the current status of their nearly final but still draft plans for their own region. Now, you think this is a lot? I'm going to warn you, the next slide might be triggering for people who taking in a lot of words at once, okay? These plans are very robust. They are very well thought out. They were extremely thoughtfully crafted and very meaningful to these regions. And they have come up with, in many instances, lists of their own partners that they want to bring to the table, that they want to be involved in the implementation. What we want to make sure we do is roll all of that up for visibility at the state level so that the state planning committee can take that input and build a plan that truly supports down in the region. So what I'm going to do is briefly move us into a quick overview of all 6 draft regional resilience plans. What I'm going to share is specifically the imperatives and objectives from each. So what am I going to share with you? The top highest level category of work that they are committed to doing, and the top highest level of measurement that they are committed to measuring for success, okay? What you're going to see is a whole lot of other stuff after that, which is all of the initiatives that they are planning to do over the course of 5, 10, and 20 years. So it's a lot. So here we go. So Yellowstone was the first region to get through all the way to the end and complete its planning. Yellowstone Country's board has reviewed and shared feedback. We're finalizing the design version of that plan. The plan includes many pages, but what you'll see is a final plan that looks something like this for each of the regions, okay? So you'll understand these will be documents, they will be publicly available, and they're meant to be living documents. So not up on a shelf or framed necessarily unless it's framed for reference, right? So that's how they'll look. This region came up with 5 specific imperatives, which are the 5 highest levels and categories of work. You'll see they are broken down into strategies. Each strategy and initiative plays out into its own category of work. And this is how they are broken out, okay? Imperative 1 is to determine, align, and deploy collective resources towards shared long-range vision and priorities. How are we going to measure that success? To increase the % of dollars that can and be used flexibly for management and resilience activities, but establish a set of key representative groups and measure the % of those roles that are filled on the board. 25% of the board is comprised of key representative groups is their goal. Increase the number of stakeholders who have access to needed data throughout the region, and increase the availability and frequency of data. Imperative 2, ensure the necessary capacity and capabilities to deliver the right messages to the right audiences at the right time. That's a big bucket of work. A lot of audiences, a lot of right times, and a lot of messages, right? Objectives: increase positive resident sentiment as a result of initiatives, increase brand awareness, and increase diversity of visitors. That's more on that same imperative. Imperative 3, enhance and sustain regional assets to support the current and future needs of residents and visitors alike. Reduce vacancies in hospitality positions and increase employee retention in tourism businesses. And imperative 4, prioritize collaboration with and inclusion of community perspectives and destination advancement. So this is primarily about collaboration. This came up multiple times. How are we going to crack this big nut? We need to collaborate more. They're going to increase the number and diversity of the types of stakeholder organizations they work with. They're going to increase the number and diversity of new stakeholders themselves. And they're going to measure year-over-year increase in resident support of tourism over a 2022 baseline. 5, for Yellowstone Country, expand understanding, experience, and management of current and future visitor needs and behaviors. Increase length of stay, increase shoulder season and off-season visitation, increase per visitor spend, year-over-year increase in participation in leave no trace training. You know what you don't see there? Year-over-year increase, period. What? Increase in length of stay, specifically, increase in shoulder season. That doesn't mean less. It means more at the right time. So, well done, Yellowstone Country Region. It is a big, bold plan with a big vision, and we're really excited about that. Southeast, again, this is what their plan will ultimately look like when it is finalized. 3 of the regions have gone through design so far. I believe there's 4 imperatives for this region. First, expand marketing and communications capabilities. They're going to increase engagement on social media channels. They're going to increase length of stay, and they're going to increase content in the shared database. They're going to activate residents and stakeholders to evolve the destination and enhance the visitor experience. Objectives: increase in the number of agritourism product offerings and increase repeat visitation. Evolve our destination stewardship is imperative 3 for Southeast. That means they're going to increase board engagement score, and they're going to increase stakeholder sentiment of their organization. That's the same. Improve infrastructure and access on important visitor byways. That means increase signage and wayfinding. We're going to increase the number of letters of support for infrastructure priorities. It's a great plan, and it's very, very focused with a lot of activity in it. So shout out on that one as well. Third, Missouri River Country draft plan. Again, they've gone through design, nearly final. 5 imperatives. First imperative, increase collaboration with and between regions. The objectives there: increase the number of complete contacts for the region's tourism stakeholders, increase the number of counties with 2 active Missouri River Country board members, and increase funding for cross-regional projects. Imperative 2 is to address workforce shortages by advocating for additional training, as well as policies that address housing and childcare needs. How are they going to measure it? They're going to increase annual count of housing units meeting affordable housing standard of 30% of U.S. median income. They're going to reduce vacancies in hospitality positions, increase hours or days of key tourism businesses, increase the number of days that Fort Peck Interpretive Center is open, and attend an increasing number of job fairs. Great. Leverage funding to expand visitor attractions in the region and the infrastructure required to access them, measured by building signage of key assets in 3 new communities, 3+, so 3 or more, and build 2 new EV charging stations in Missouri River Country. Imperative 4, support local businesses and address their marketing needs by leveraging the Missouri River Country brand, measured by increased resident engagement with Missouri River Country hashtags and other digital markets, and increased small business engagement with Missouri River Country hashtags and other digital markets. Imperative 5, guide the visitor economy to benefit stakeholders and visitors of all backgrounds.
completed list of contacts for Indigenous communities in the region, add at least one active tribal representative to the board, increase education to local resident organizations on tourism's value. Shout out on that one. Well done. Central Montana draft plan. It is not in design yet. It is the next one to go through design. So you'll see the pretty version as soon as that's available. Imperative 1, increase stakeholder engagement to enhance the positive impact of tourism in the region. With the objectives here, increase number of partners who collaborate with Central Montana, year-over-year increase in businesses and resident satisfaction survey results, increase in stakeholder database, and increase resident and business community awareness of tourism benefits and impact. Imperative 2, increase traveler awareness of and visitation to Central Montana through marketing and public relations. So the objective, how will we know we've succeeded? There'll be an increase in total visitation. There'll be an increase to the number of visitors to promoted communities through itineraries. And there'll be an increased traveler net promoter score, as well as an increased shoulder season and off-season visitation. Third imperative, Central Montana. Support workforce development efforts to increase the region's capacity for visitation. How will we know we've succeeded? Well, there'll be an increase in employee retention in tourism businesses. There'll be an increase in the number of tourism-related jobs, increase in number of workforce trainings, and an increase in number of tourism ambassadors. Enhance the visitor experience through continued destination development and management. Objective, increase usage of targeted, newly accessible assets, increase in tourism assets and attractions, percent completion of wayfinding plans, and increase the number of available rooms by community. Fifth, increase organizational capacity to support regional stakeholders. Several objectives here, but you can see increased staffing levels, increased percent of open rate for communications, increased percent of brand adoption by partners, year-over-year update to crisis and communication plan, increased number and diversity of new stakeholders and organizations, and increased number of annual communication efforts. And with additional strategies. So well done, Central. A lot on. Southwest, draft plan. Imperative 1, utilize multi-channel communication and marketing to improve visitors and residents' experience of the destination. We're going to increase visitation year over year outside of the summer months. We're going to increase the number of collaborations with local leaders, increase engagement across key identified platforms. Imperative 2 for Southwest Montana is increase workforce training and support to improve our capacity and anticipate future challenges. Many objectives, several of which talk about increasing number of interns. That one is duplicated. Increase in the supply of affordable workforce housing, workforce training, available workforce training, so the number of businesses participating and the number of available training, and retention in businesses. Improve regional infrastructure to develop new and existing assets. Increase in the number of in-market transportation options, and increase in the number of unique product offerings. 4, grow our organizational capacity, resources, and support through greater collaboration. Heard that word a few times, right? So we'll know we've succeeded by increasing the number of collaborative projects with state and regional communities and diversifying funding sources. Our own typos. So, imperative 5, optimize and align residents on the benefits of tourism. This came up as a question, right? How are we communicating and sharing that? In this instance, we're going to measure, establish a baseline score for resident sentiment around tourism and increase it over time, and increase regional participation in education programs around tourism benefits. Not least. So again, all of these are in draft form. Not all boards have had an opportunity to review and update, but we want to share for the reasons of draft plan. Imperative is ensure broad engagement in destination management efforts. So that means also working on resident sentiment score, managing it to improve upon it,
increasing collaborative projects between stakeholders, number and diversity of stakeholders and organizations, number of collaborative projects between them, and increase the number of apologies. One, imperative two. Oh, let me make clear, sorry, this is important. Glacier Country Tourism had taken steps ahead of this project before our involvement to take on stewardship and resilience planning ahead of this initial project. And we worked really hard with Racine and her board and the entire region to make sure that that work was not duplicated and was not lost, but instead was supplemented. So in this document, you'll see that means the things in blue are from that stewardship plan, which was done previously. Black are through this. As you can imagine, the results has been done, and what have we measured, what haven't we? That process was some kind of imperative two, protect natural resources while strengthening tourism infrastructure, measured by decreasing year-over-year trailhead-related complaints. Not finalized all the objectives in this, but it's measured. Measure and increase the number of community destinations. Increase voter score from visitors. Number three, increase the availability and quality of tourism workforce. So that may be measured by increasing employee increase. Apparently we're going to double increase on this one. Great. And the word draft in the bottom right corner. Align resources in support of strategy and implementation. So these are a few examples of how we might measure that when this becomes finalized. And that was that. Ooh. So 6 regions, and all of which roll up to a lot of shared needs and a lot of shared opportunities, and frankly, impressive. So with that, we want to thank you for your time. Encourage you to ask questions via you. OMG. Okay, we can ask questions now if we want to clarify or address anything that we saw. Time to do that. Otherwise, this process continues and rolls into a statewide planning process. Thoughts, feelings? Anyone else as sweaty as I am talking through all of that? I saw a hand. Oh, there you go. Zach.
I was going to just say a clarification on the timing.
Answer the question?
No, the clarification on the timing, which is we wanted to have the space to have more interaction and ask more questions. But I did coach them and say, should you finish a little early, the audience and the TAC would be okay between you and, and then having the reception. And so it's not a hard and fast 5 minutes, but we want to encourage that that participation and questions, either formally or informally.
Right. So what you just said is anyone who's asking a question stands between the room and a reception. But no, now is a perfect opportunity to ask about anything we've shared. But do please know this continues, the work continues, right? TAC, I would love to ask any immediate reactions and responses to what was just shared.
Well, and I don't know if this is for you, Sarah, or for Jen, but one of the first bullet points was shared vision. Did you feel like in those meetings that there was that cohesively with the groups you were meeting with? What's the stretch that we have to get to there?
Well, that's actually what this process puts us in a position to be able to achieve, right? So we've heard from the regions on what they see a resilience, what resilience looks like for them, right, for each region. And a lot of data that is going into the statewide planning portion of this work is driven by data that was collected about what do the regions want to see the state do, right? And that's a different set of evaluations than each region did for itself. So the work of the planning committee for the statewide plan includes review of data reflecting how the regions feel about the role the state plays in making these plans happen. So a vision and a shared understanding of a plan for how to achieve this is what's still needed. that answer your question? Okay, great. Any other thoughts from TAC members? Otherwise, Dax's point, it's time to take a break. Thank you all so much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Rachel, would you like to chat about this evening, or do we want to pass it off to our Anaconda host? We'll have you wait for the mic.
Please come down to the Old Works Golf Course. We've arranged for some appetizers and beverages for you. It's really easy to find. You go up here to the highway. You can go straight across, past the Armory, almost drive into the Copper Court RV Park, take that left and wind around, and you're in the back door. If you want to go in the front way, you go left onto Commercial Street, down to Cedar Street, which is where the old City Hall, Copper Village is, Museum and Art Center. Take that right, go 2 blocks. At the 4-way stop, you'll see a sign that says Old Works, and then you take a right on Pizzini Way. I just don't know the name of the streets on the back way. So, yeah, they're expecting us about 5:30, so you got a little time there. Oh, they're also, the golf simulators are open for rent if you want to play a little golf while you're there, too. So I just thought I'd put that out there. So I hope you enjoy it. They've done some beautiful things with it. It took a long time to do this update, and we're very proud of it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I love rural Montana. When you take a left at the Second Cow and a right at the Copper Pot and weave by here, right? We'll get there. We'll help each other out. Thank you all to the presenters today. Thank you to the TAC for being here and being online. And the meeting is recessed till 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll meet back here and again, see you at Old Works. Thank you.